Hello, everybody, and welcome to Be Diced Adventures, presenting the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. I am your slightly sick Dimension Master, Matt, also known as Wartor Knight out there on the interwebs, and boy, oh boy, am I happy to be back here now after my little hiatus at PAX. So,
We missed you.
I missed you too.
You were gone?
We missed you so much.
Victor, I know what you really mean.
We feel Matt deprived.
Matt
So good to
deprived.
have you back.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That being said, starting off, I would like to thank Tabletop Misfits for rating this evening. Before this stream, myself and our producer, Michael St. Gregory, were featured on their AMA that they were doing about PAX Unplugged, and it was a grand old time. Wonderful thing about that event was just making new friends in this community. So I am happy that they are here tonight as well. So,
yeah, buddy.
Without further ado, let me introduce my Matt-deprived party, starting with the one, the only, Daddy Tarzan.
Oh, what's up? That's me. What's good, people? My name is Daddy Tarzan. On all social media platforms, it's Daddy Tarzan 82855 in its fullest context. But I play the barbarian Aarakocra that was formerly a farm chicken, Clucky McCluckerson, who now is on a rampage to become a god. Granted, he doesn't know that, but that is his destiny at this point.
The rest of the party is willing his divine status into existence.
It's not the party, it's the players.
Same thing. We shall move things right over to the wonderful Taylor.
Hello. My name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on social media platforms, mainly TikTok and Instagram. I play Xanthi, who is the recovering alcoholic sorceress who currently is absolutely dreading the fact of just childcare.
And her favorite pastime is history checks.
It is realizing that, oh dear God, it's scary. But yeah, this is a new adventure for her.
Gonna need you to put that parental training to use and roll a history check to find out where the child went.
It's fine.
Speaking of childcare, the child in question, KJ.
You stole it from me. How dare you?
Sorry.
Aforementioned child. I am KJ. You can find me on most social media at kj.cosplay. I play the party's actual child. Sometimes Riley, sometimes Petrichor, sometimes a cleric paladin, sometimes a rogue. It's all a roll of the die, literally.
Cast off armor, baby.
Mix.
Absolutely. We are here for it. We love it. And that being said, rounding out the party this evening, just some guy.
Just some guy.
Some dude.
The audacity.
Yeah, that guy.
That's you.
That guy. The guy down there.
You mean
this guy?
That guy.
right here?
That guy.
Hi. I'm Victor _ the Story Weaver on the Talkie Talks, and I play Bahro, the wandering monk, and pretty much the one responsible adult in the party. And how he's managed to keep all of these people alive, parentheses, one of them resurrected, he still does not know, but he hopes that he'll be able to see the answer someday. Puns. Visual puns. Blind
It's
joke
funny
puns.
because he's blind. I didn't see that one coming. Anyway, so with that,
sorry.
With that being said, allow us to begin how we always do last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago. our wonderful party. What music do I use for this? I forget. It's been too long. We're gonna call it.
This is what happens when you're gone for a week.
Yeah, I know. 1 week. 1 week did the whole thing. We're gonna do that one. We're gonna see how that goes. Right?
Memory, it's fading.
That works.
Where
So-
are we?
Last time on the Dimensional Dial with Dr. Diago, our party was watching as far as any of them were concerned, the main event at an establishment called the Bone Pit, a fight pit and racetrack in the heart of the lower ribs, pun intended, in the city of Ebenfell. Now, why is it their version of the main event? Well, there's a race that was supposed to be very high stakes later on, but if I might say, the party were happier to see none other than our own Clucky McCluckerson go toe to toe with Bahro, the Wandering Monk, in a all-out, hands down, eyes covered, chickens clucking brawl. Meanwhile, though, a very different encounter was happening, a more social encounter, as Sol Arcan Noctis, played by Oz, who will hopefully be joining us later, had a nice little conversation with none other than Aristinus Shade Watcher, a retired high general of the city of Ebenfell, and as dubbed by the party, an undead muscle mommy. So,
Sorry.
with a semi-failed attempt at a staged pseudo-assassination attempt, the conversation did take place. And even though it didn't quite start out as intended, it did sort of get where they needed it to go. All the while, Xanthi, our sorceress, literally keeping our child in the undead city on a magical leash via Mage Hand, as they were just vibing and trying to watch the fight and have a good time until necessary to help out Sol with their wonderful, wonderful conversation that they were having. Needless to say, at the end of the night, the encounter went well, and Aristina left the establishment, and the fight finally ended via TKO, Clucky McCluckerson coming out on top, knocking Bahro out cold, and feeling an absolute amount of remorse about it. I mean, I would too if I knocked out a blind guy. I don't care how capable he is.
Oh, he went there. Oh, he went there.
But after getting a little bit patched up, the party did meet up together to discuss what happened. And as they were originally told that their contact, Jerry the Goose, wanted them to perform a heist on the former High General, she countered with a heist of her own. And as it was said before, do we want to pull a fast one over on the Goose? And before we could even figure out the answer to that question, it was discovered that Bahro and Riley were missing. Where did they go?
What?
Where did these two troublemakers get off to? What exactly was the secret part of the conversation that happened with Miss Shade Watcher? And also, how are they going to get off of this dimension? These questions and more have yet to be diced.
It's just so cool.
So we return to ask the very important question. Riley and Bahro, where did you go?
Well,
Bahro would have taken Riley, and knowing that the lady in question, which we were to investigate about, had departed, and knowing that there was this whole argument happening with the rest of the party, he would have taken Riley, knowing their ability to be sneaky as well, and he proceeded to guide them out the arena as he would move out to attempt to use his enhanced senses to try to figure out if he can find where this undead hot mama is going and potentially walk their direction, keeping a distance, and see if he can catch anything of importance with his perception.
All right. So I do believe that you guys are being sneaky about that.
we already rolled for it too.
You rolled against your fellow party members.
That's
You are
true.
now in a different situation, walking through the city
Rude.
streets, trying to evade detection from a certain woman and her entourage.
Actually, here's the thing. There's a reason why Bahro went with Riley. And so what Bahro would have relied on was to ask Riley to follow in hiding, while Bahro is actually just going to follow the way that a blind man would follow walking down the street.
I was going to say, given permission to not be like right next to Bahro, Riley would be also keeping her eyes out by following along the rooftops.
Also, Bahro would have given Riley guidance before letting go of their hands. So
I don't need it. I get
Still-
advantage.
Just take the goddamn thing.
Okay.
You
I'm
do
like,
that to us all
I'm the
the
dad
time,
with the
KJ.
lunchbox. I'm like, take the goddamn lunchbox to fucking
Guidance
Hey,
doesn't take up any resources. Just take the guidance.
Fucking D4. Take the fucking D4.
Didn't we have a similar argument about guidance before?
we did.
Yeah,
and it was
actually
me
with
that was
Victor.
yelling. Because I had, it wasn't guidance, it was bless on everybody, and it was in combat, and he's like, it's not gonna fucking do anything. I'm like, roll it anyways.
Well,
Yeah,
there was,
well,
I believe
you
it was either with guidance or it was with bless, but Victor, I think, like had made the killing blow. He's like, it's absolutely useless. So we're like, no, it's for gloating, and the baby told you to do it, so you're gonna do it. So KJ, you
Just
really
like when I-
shouldn't be arguing in this.
I rolled the fucking guidance.
We do this because we love you.
Reminds me of that time when Matt told me that the creature was dead, and I still had to
Still
add
kept
all of
adding
my damage up.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Like how much did you kill it? That's the question.
That's important.
Is it dead or
need
is
to
it
know.
super dead?
It is the most dead.
Good. Good.
Anyways, my stealth
No.
check was a 29.
Was it though?
29.
Delicious.
So, you guys split off, Bahro walking walking down the street. There was a little bit of a headway that they had, so you do have to take a moment to catch up on a few things, or to
He
catch
would
up to them.
obviously, like, while not being stealthy, he still would attempt to keep a distance enough for his, like, either tremor sense or also his hearing to keep it. He knows that he could potentially be spotted, but he's also keeping enough distance so that he doesn't feel like he's just like head on just following.
And
Got it.
Riley will keep closer to their entourage, but just is hiding up on top of buildings.
Gotcha. Okay. So we you're a thief rogue. You're able to climb pretty easily, right?
Yep.
Okay, so no worries there. No worries there. This is, after all, the lower ribs, the sort of seedier part of town. So ways to get up on top of buildings are a dime a dozen. So you're able to sneak your way around, maintaining a a higher sort of vantage point. It's from this vantage point that you actually see that there is a lot of what's the word that I'm looking for? A lot of there's a very short um sort of there's a very small amount of space before like the taller of the buildings, which are not very tall, like maybe 4 stories tall is the highest that you're seeing, before you actually see the underside of the upper ribs. So once again, quite literally, this divide between the upper and the lower parts of the city, you're getting a perfect view of how things can be very different for different people within the city of Ebenfell. But as you make these short leaps from rooftop to rooftop, you do keep up with this um, black wood crafted carriage pulled by a small horde of zombies. Not sugarcoat it, they are zombies that are pulling this sort of carriage down the road. Bahro, I know that you can do what you need to catch up to where you need to be, that they are then on your within the realm of your unique perception. So while that happens, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Guidons on myself. Oh, is that going to be that kind of day? Okay.
I would say I would provide the help action, but I can't really do that if I'm not close by.
16.
16. So are you just trying to listen to the carriage, or are you trying to get your way to hear what is happening inside?
I mean, ideally, he wants to hear what's inside. He's also sort of like taking mental note of the journey that he's following through with the carriage, considering that this is like a new place. So he's just sort of trying to keep that mental note of like in the direction that they're heading and in the awareness of his surroundings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not easy for you in this moment because the carriage is constantly moving. So you're having to keep up with it. It's not moving terribly fast. Zombies aren't exactly, known for their speed, depending on the mythos of who's writing. 28 days later and stuff, man, they are super fast. Anyway,
Ooh.
so you do have trouble getting specifics as the rolling wooded wheels of the carriage over the cobblestone road create a bit of noise pollution for you. Not to mention the I wouldn't say, well, the shambling feet of the zombies in front, and the occasional undead gasp or moan. It's to a point that you're not sure, that you just can't quite get a realm of anything happening inside of this carriage.
Fair. It's fair. um, I would say that not being able to get a sense of anything that might be happening inside the carriage, he's going to continue with the distance, his awareness sort of shifting back and forth between the carriage and Riley. Just kind of having that sense of keeping track of where they may be and to make sure that they're in communication so that if he senses them sort of like pause, or he senses them kind of like taking a moment and kind of leveling up at where he may be or closer, he will just always try to like make a small gesture of either like acknowledgement just to know that he's continuing and on.
Okay. How much are you guys planning on following the former High General?
Bahro is trying to see where the carriage will go, unless it comes to a position where either it would be too obvious that it is, like if the streets were to clear and it's like just the carriage in a place where there's like nobody else around, then it would be like, okay, this is going to be too obvious if I keep walking. Or if for whatever reason I feel like Riley may find themselves in a place where they cannot keep going on the journey as well, he's not going to split too far.
Riley's just watching the carriage and Bahro as she's moving on the rooftops, and while most of her attention is on Bahro and the carriage, she's also looking at the rest of the people that are around, seeing if anybody's watching them, because she's been told that it's a seedier part of town, just to make sure that like they don't get jumped or anything. Just keeping an eye out to make sure that everything is okay.
Give me an insight check.
If only I was Petrichor right now.
But you're not.
I know. Petrichor has a +7 to insight. Riley has 0. That's a 8.
8. So I chose insight rather than perception because there are people around. It's not like the crowded streets of Manhattan or anything like that. It's just there's people here, there, moving about enough that you guys moving on the street behind, excuse me, this carriage are you're not out of place. So trying to get the vibe of different people. Most people are just on their way to do whatever it is they do. Some people have bags with different types of tools in them. Some people have little carts that they pull with their hands that have different implements. They look like it's a like a food cart of some sort. Some people just moving from point A to point B together. There's a couple people who are, a couple people who are having conversations with each other. Don't really seem too out of place or alarming. There's a couple people who definitely, as Bahro's walking down the street, will kind of give him an eye up and down. But I mean, that could be for any reason.
She'll just kind of keep an eye out, but keep moving.
Okay. Moving backwards to Xanthi and Clucky, accompanied by Sol Arkin. This is the moment that you both realize that half of your party is missing.
But does Clucky, though?
Well, the last thing that happened, Xanthi turned and said, Bahro, what do you think? Or something to that effect. So Clucky would have turned where Bahro was standing, and there's no Bahro.
Xanthi would just kind of she'll take a moment to process this. She's gonna look at the empty space for Bahro. Like it almost kind of reminds me of like those in animes where you just see like an outline of the person. It's just kind of blinking, and it's just like that is like how Xanthi's processing is going right now. Just being like, this motherfucker. And she then immediately upon seeing Bahro gone, she turns and looks. She's like, Riley. and she's gonna I know it's no point in rolling a perception check because they are fucking far gone, but she would be frantically looking and just like turn to Clucky, and she's gonna be like, Clucky, did you see which direction Bahro or Riley went? If not, I need you to get up high and see if you can find them. Like, just any sign of them.
Clucky just takes a look around. I don't say shit. And then he looks up at the rafters above and just flies up into the rafters and see if he can spot them from there.
Make a perception check.
Oh, how delightful! It's not terrible at those. That's a dirty girl 20.
Dirty girl 20. Things that I didn't expect to hear at the table tonight. Anyway. You head up to the rafters and start taking a peek around. Naturally, this is a spectacle for all those who can see. And like, people are just, oh, and then when they see you up there, a couple of them applaud you. Like, hey, it's the bird man. Go get him. Yeah. You fuck him up. Yeah. And you start looking at this is just noise to you. You're on a mission. You know, people are missing. You start taking a look-see around. You see that there's just a sea of people in here, all manner of people. Most of them elves in nature. A couple stand out that are different races or appear to be dressed differently or whatever the case may be. But no sign of the blind one or the hatchling.
Immediately hops down from the rafters, landing next to Xanthi and Sol. Oi, pointed ears. Which way did you say the dead woman walking went?
Well, she left right out the front to where she was, where she came from. I would assume she has a carriage or a cart of some kind waiting for her.
Clucky just bolts out the door.
That's pretty solid, Matt.
Shoving
I will
past
say,
everyone.
Before Bahro and Riley disappeared, Riley did say she went left.
Oh yeah,
True.
that's true.
That was a thing that did happen.
As Clucky is taking off, you just hear, oh, left, Clucky, left.
Stops.
No,
Looks
outside and left.
Oh. And runs out. Just gives him a thumbs up and runs outside and immediately takes flight.
Xanthi immediately follows and it's just like, hey, fucker! And it's just and she's like, I can't fucking run while you're fucking like, just, whatever, just go. And she's gonna scurry as best she fucking could, just elbowing people out of the fucking way.
Hey, listen, you got a flying broom now, dude.
I have to attune to it.
No, you're already attuned to it. You're fine.
No, I'm not. I have to sing to it. Why do you think she's been humming this whole entire time? Like, how long do you have to sing to it? I don't know.
30 minutes to attune.
That's not attunement. Attunement's a long rest, right? Or short rest.
Short rest.
Short
Which
rest.
is an
Which
hour.
can be anywhere from an hour to longer, but yeah.
30 minutes.
An hour.
That's
Well,
not
like-
how time works, Clucky.
Like, I will say, any chance Xanthi's gotten, she's been, like, humming to the broom. I don't know if that's enough for attunement, but, like, how long has it been since our shopping spree?
It's been a long ass
Roll
time.
3 d20s.
Okay, fuck it.
That's a good question.
Alright, we have a 7, a 12, and a 19.
7, 12, 19. That is 19 plus 19, 22.
55.
What?
No.
No. It was, that was
Seven-
I will
13.
calculator.
Sorry. 40 something. 46.
168.
Actually, I'm thinking to myself, this
Shut
doesn't.
the fuck up.
It's 38, by the way.
That's what I
Yeah.
said.
I was trying to
172.
do it mentally, and I almost got there, and then Tarzan kept throwing out numbers. I'm like, bitch, just stop it.
But that doesn't make sense because you guys walked and then you guys. Oh well, you
Paddled.
weren't singing the whole time, so that is how much time you have spent in your journey singing to this broom.
I did
38
make
minutes. So you're about halfway there.
about halfway there. La la la! Just I don't know.
It's that part of
just-
Kiss the Girl.
I just imagine her just like la 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 la.
Which is so funny considering previously we did talk about someone made a reference to something that was like modern times. So Riley
Yeah.
started singing the song.
Yep.
like just Xanthi just starts singing Chandelier and just it starts taking off.
Listen, I suggested it on the chat. You can sing Freebird. It's just
No.
it's suiting. It's
No.
suiting. We have
No.
a chicken.
No,
It's a flying broom.
Yeah.
no,
Yeah, if you sing Freebird around the chicken, he's going to take it literally and then just leave.
he will.
Hey!
We did it already.
As
That's
the
true.
solo starts, just and he just cops.
Again.
Anyway,
So, considering that she is not yet attuned to this, she is now just going to be going as fast as she can, elbowing her way through the crowd while trying
This
to
thing-
follow Clucky.
Last thing Clucky was tracking, you got a flying broom, which means you can fly now to him. So
Yeah,
so
I figured.
you both make it outside, turn left, and you can just start going. How are you going about going?
I think the first thing, like, obviously, does Xanthi like see the carriage ahead? Like, is it something that is hard to miss?
Give me give me survival.
Yeah, because I mean we're a bit of a ways out.
And we really don't know this town either, so that is a fair
Because I'm like,
9.
we had to
fair
catch up,
call there.
and there's been time since then.
I'm actually pretty decent at survival, so
I made a 9.
that's a
All I'm
natural
saying-
20.
Nice.
Oh, naturally, give me the total.
26 for a 26.
Goddamn.
Yeah.
So Clucky is replaced as the tracker of the group.
Damn.
Don't tell him.
So
that.
you
Clucky just literally takes off left and has no idea where.
He's already
Sounds
flying
bad.
on the wrong side of the air lanes. Like,
He flies left so much that he flies straight into the next Twitch channel to our left.
So you look down the street, and as I said, this is cobblestone, so it's not exactly like you're following any ruts in the road from it being muddy or anything like that. And at first, it's you're not really able to pick up anything that would really be any sort of idea of what this could be. And maybe it's the fact that Clucky has started flying that brings your gaze up, as what you see very far in the distance is a very small humanoid body jumping from rooftop to rooftop.
You beat my stealth check by 1.
seriously?
That's not true. Wait, no, I rolled a 29 for stealth.
This wasn't like a stealth thing.
Yeah.
So it's
Still, though.
this was just like any way to sort of like pick up which direction that it was, and it's just with that Hail Mary of the situation, you literally just look in the
Catch a
distance
glimpse.
and see that tiny little bit.
I feel like it
Right.
would be like as they're hopping, she's hopping between a building where it's that head kind
Yep.
of up in the air moment and then disappears again.
Blue scarf in the wind.
Yes. I will say, like, the blue scarf is something that is definitely, it's like a little flag just waving in the wind. Okay.
So yes, you are watching the child you're trying to take care of leap from rooftop to rooftop unaided.
Okay.
And Clucky's just flying off in a whole different direction.
Oh, dear
A literal
God.
child in an undead city, if you will.
How far is Clucky and how far is Riley?
Clucky from you, probably like what's your fly speed? Like 60 feet or something?
50. 50 feet.
Thought Aarakocra base speed was 50. And you're a barbarian.
No, walk speed is 35. So, oh yeah, if I get 15 movement to all of my speed, then yeah, 65 feet.
Does it specifically say walking speed?
That's a good question.
I don't think it does.
I think it's all movement, but we'll find out.
Let's check. Let's check. Yeah, D&D Beyond. Unarmored defense, extra attack, fast movement. Your speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing heavy armor.
60 feet, baby. Let's go! Clay's getting faster.
Wait, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Didn't we buy fucking communicators?
We did, but
we
I
haven't
don't
had
think
time
you
to
guys-
attune to them.
Fuck!
And Riley's the only one who's put one on. So the rest of
Damn.
them are in the bag of holding, which Riley has.
Oh
Fucking
my
You guys have
God.
made
gosh.
great decisions
We-
up until this point.
We are so bad.
Listen,
at
we
organizing-
are
It's fine.
popular for making all the wrong decisions and making the
It's
right
true.
decisions after when we should have been doing the right decisions. It's a
It's
signature move, and it works out every time that it does work out.
It just reminds me of like we get all the crafting stuff we need and then we don't execute it. Like that is literally what has happened now. Like we were supposed to get these things to be able to coordinate better as a party, and it just out the window. Okay.
For a heist that we ended up deciding not to do, so it didn't seem relevant.
Yeah, but those could still come in handy, like in a situation like this.
I know. That's why I got
All
them.
right.
You have 2 heist opportunities, just saying.
It's true.
Anyway,
It's a heisty kind of day. you know?
Okay, so
feeling heisty.
so how far is Clucky and Riley?
So Clucky, literally, since you both kind of like hit the ground, turned left, and then Clucky kind of took off, he would be like at most 60 feet away from you.
Okay.
Riley, at this point, probably like 200 plus feet away.
Okay.
So still within earshot, just not flying in the direction that I should be flying.
You really think a little kid's gonna be listening to anything that far away?
No, I'm talking about Clucky, not you.
Oh, I'm like,
To be fair,
I-
he is also young.
Yes, he's a 4-year-old.
I will say, Xanthi would probably immediately like she'll put her fingers up to her lips and just kind of let out a very short like whistle. I can't do it because I can't do that, but let's use our imagination. And she's really like, Clucky! And she's gonna kind of point over to where Riley's at, and I'm just gonna she's just gonna kind of be like, stay back, but keep an eye on them. If anything happens, you swoop in and you grab them.
he can try.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
And
So
he
am
can
I,
grapple.
boy.
I will say your
So-
acrobatics are kind of crazy when it comes to Riley. So,
I know.
but and with that, Xanthi is just going to be kind of booking it as best she can, just keeping an eye on Riley, and then also just kind of keeping an eye out to see if Bahro is anywhere around.
Alrighty. I will, at this point, give Clucky a perception check, knowing that I don't think that you could beat the stealth of Riley, but at the very least, we're going to treat this as like a sort of... Actually, no, I'll give you this. Since you were told which way that they were by Xanthi, I will give you an option. You can roll with advantage and potentially get higher, or you can roll one time for a bonus +5.
So it would be a +10 to my perception. I like that. I'll take the +10. So, all right, we'll roll the 1. That's going to be 18. 18. I rolled a 5 or an
Does
8.
not beat a 29.
Well,
So
that
you're
wasn't
looking
good.
in the right direction, but you can't quite pick out the hatchling. Maybe just not quite close
Am I able
enough,
to
whatever the case
see
may be.
the cart that they're trailing?
There
Is that
are a
hidden?
few carts and carriages. Things
Yeah,
of
that would make
nature.
sense.
Not too
would make
many. This
sense.
is the sort of poorer part of town, so not too many. Not everybody rolling around in a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, I would say Clucky would then just see the general direction that Xanthi's pointing at, not really getting an idea of where exactly he's supposed to be focused. He's just going to fly that general direction.
Oh dear.
Okay.
God.
Back to our troublemakers. What? So you guys are just going to continue trying to follow the carriage. With this being said, now, Riley, I said before, these aren't exactly difficult jumps. But you're making so many in succession. Give me an acrobatics check.
$27.
27. Beautiful. There's a few spots where, like, there's a little ledge here that's just a little slippery, whatever the case may be, that would be a problem for a lesser acrobatic individual, but not for a literal child from the apocalypse. So, you're able to keep up with the carriage. I will give you this. You do see that the carriage is getting closer to a sort of spiraling ramp that is leading upward. And you know that the buildings, the rooftops, will only get you so close.
How fast is the carriage moving?
I'll give you a exact answer.
4
Beyond
zombies per
search.
hour. That's the message.
Zombie.
It's
A
zombie power,
zombie?
not horsepower.
A zombie has a speed of 20 feet. So, without pushing themselves beyond that, literally about that fast. You guys will catch up to this. This isn't really a speedy form of travel, it's just
Okay.
a convenient one.
So, what I'm going to
Just-
do is, as I land on one of the roofs, I'll actually stomp on it a few times to try to catch Bahro's attention. And we'll do a circling motion with my foot. And then kind of drag it forward, trying to basically say there's a spiral thing coming up in front of us. And then pick up their pace and try to get in front of the carriage to get there and up before they do.
I like this. This is unique. So, to make sure that things are understood correctly, the DC for both of you is going to be 24. Bahro, I need you to make an insight check, and Riley, I need you to make a performance check.
Ooh, okay.
Guidance.
Oh, I am loving this. This is saucy.
I will use one of the spells that I'm able to also give myself guidance.
I'm not gonna make it. Oh my god, and that's so annoying.
Oh no!
I literally rolled. Wait. Oh, I
What
rolled a
happened?
16 and I was like with guidance and I got the full 4, so I got a 20. Damn.
Performance, you say?
Well, yes, performance, I say.
God damn.
That's a
roll one hell of a
24.
performance.
So just to make sure, what I meant by this is that was a combined check.
Well, I got a 24, so
Yes,
yeah.
beautiful.
20.
So, yes, you guys were able to work together. You guys smashed a 24 by having a 24 and then 20 extra. So, it's that moment where, like, the stomping happens, Bahro, it catches your attention, and then listening to, it would be incredibly subtle, but that sort of dragging sound that echoes and reverberates through the wooden buildings, but it's enough for your ears. And as you kind of pick up on what Riley is doing and sort of that drag mark pointing forward, there's some sort of spiral up ahead.
I'll say that Borrow has a moment where he hears the first stomp trying to catch his attention, and he's still walking, but it's one of those things where like he's been walking with like his staff doing the little click, and as soon as he hears the stomp, he has a moment where he sort of like casually sort of adjusts his staff, and he's no longer tapping on it, so he can just focus more on the sound. And he's walking and hearing the shuffle and the circling of the shuffling. And Riley, depending on how far they are, they could potentially have a moment where they would potentially see Borrow have a slight smile, just because of the attempt of the communication. And after he hears a circle, just to double check what they're trying to communicate, he has a moment where that same adjustment of his staff, he brings it back, and as he brings it back, he just the first stomp of the staff resuming. It's a little louder than most as he casts his tremor sense to try to get a better sense of what lies ahead.
Okay, alrighty. Give me that perception check with advantage this time.
We love advantage. Guidance. Oh my
He
god.
does.
Thank God for the guidance. Oh, no, never mind. 16.
It's kind of the same thing for like the carriage itself. You know, you still know where it is, everything like that. It's just trying to get that extra information. Just it's like trying to open a can of soup with a plastic fork.
Question. Would there be a alleyway or like little nook or space between two of the buildings around where Riley is that I could basically divert from that, following like the main street into it where there might not be anyone around?
Probably.
How tall are these buildings?
They're ranging between 20 to 40 feet. More so probably in the 20 to 30 range.
Borrow is going to, seeing that he tries to do the tremor sounds, the sound of the carrots, the zombies, the busy streets are not allowing him to try to get a proper sense beyond what he already got from Riley. He has a moment where he just sort of walking, stomping, and then slightly just starts moving out of that to one of the sides. He finds in between walls of two buildings that he hears there's nobody there. And then as he does that, he then jumps and just ninja jumps and uses his walking in vertical surfaces to basically just make his way up and then try to catch up with Riley so he can actually communicate with them.
Good
You
luck.
fucking badasses. So, with that being said, as you two are trying to meet up, Xanthi, I know that you are very much so trying your best to keep up.
I'm trying. So question. In order for me to catch up, you said there was a few carriages here and there, correct? Right?
Uh-huh.
May I pour a poor little English boy? Can I pull a little Oliver Twist and hop on the back of one of the carriage very sneakily to accelerate my my speed through the crowd?
I like it.
You want to do this sneakily?
I would like to not draw attention, but I'm pretty sure it might be a common thing, like in like the slums of the whole city. So
Just people. Oh shoot, what was that called? When you
Les
played
Mis.
like. Well, no, I'm thinking of
Marty
like,
McFly and Back to the Future kind of style.
Essentially, like the same move, but like whatever that's actually called. Because like in like Tony Hawk's Underground, you could do that on cars going through the city, and like it was called like sketching or skitching or something like that. So it's like that sort of same type of vibe. So you could definitely find a carriage that's doing this.
Give me a moment. I'm seeing like what objects I have. Because like if hopping on might be too much of a problem, I could just find something to slide underneath my feet to
Well,
drag
well,
along.
here's the thing. This is what we're gonna try to do. I mean, there's not horses in this dimension per se, but you did see that there were a couple sort of bipedal avian type creatures, and then there are some that are pulled by zombies and things like that. But to try to figure out what kind of creature you can grab a carriage that is being pulled by, go ahead and give me a D6 roll.
D6.
Hmm.
That is a 6.
That is a 6. There's two things that you can spot here. Number one of these carriages by being pulled by these sort of bipedal aliens, bipedal bird, avian kind of creatures. That looks like it's about ready to leave. But there's another thing. There's 2 or 3 people that look like they're all trying to get situated on a very large carpet.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
I will
Do
leave
it,
up to
Xanthi.
you.
GTA that shit.
Commandeer the carpet.
GTA that shit.
Just run up, knock him out, yank him off the carpet. Grand Theft
Okay.
Auto 6. Here's the trailer. Bam.
GTA that shit. Let's go.
Okay. Give me a moment. I'm gonna see if there's anything I can work here. Okay. Hold on.
I know it's not every day that you're presented with such types of options.
I know. Okay.
Just send it, Doc. Just send it. Don't think about it. Just send it, dog. Just
This
send it.
episode is sponsored by Grand Theft
Okay,
Zombie.
so what was the other option aside from the carpet?
A carriage that is pulled by, mechanically
Zombies.
speaking, like telling you, terror birds.
Terror
Terror
bird.
birds. Sorry, what do they call them? X-beaks, as far as Dungeons and Dragons is concerned.
Okay, so Jesus Christ. All right.
Jesus can't help you here.
There is no God, only death.
I mean, there is a god.
Technically,
But
yes,
he doesn't.
the Raven Queen.
He hasn't, he
There
hasn't
is a
gotten
god
there
of death.
yet. But Clucky's there.
Xanthi is going to
Just send it, dog.
oh God. Xanthi is going to run up to. So, what do these individuals on the carpet look like? Do they look like they are like? What is their class?
Definitely upper class. There is 2 masculine-looking figures and 1 feminine-looking figure. One of the masculine-looking figures is stumbling onto the carpet.
Okay, like it looks like he's intoxicated.
Yeah, you know what
Okay.
intoxicated looks like. You are Xanthi.
Okay.
You're pro at intoxicated.
Okay, so. All right.
Just send it, dog.
Xanthi is going to run over to the carpet, the people on the carpet, and she's just going to kind of stumble on like against like the individual who is definitely drunk. And she goes, I'm so sorry. Look, this is an emergency. I'm on an undercover mission. You can't tell anybody about this, but you have to let me borrow this. I will explain things later. You will receive compensation, but you need to let me use this.
Oh my god.
Roll me a performance check.
Okay. Give me a moment. And I will say, like, she is pulling like franticness of I need to get to the baby, but hold on, I gotta get my stats up because I know my persuasion, but my performance is a little bit different. my performance is +5. That's not gonna be bad. All right, that's a 13 plus 5 for 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
So the two who are not intoxicated, both look at you, and like as you start going on, their like eyes get wide and they're like listening, and like they kind of look at each other, and the masculine individual kind of looks and goes, I'm sorry, you said you work for the government? And the intoxicated one just goes, that's hot.
So Xanthi is okay.
Did we lose Taylor?
Sounds like it.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
The pressure was
Right.
too much.
Taylor,
After
come
a message
back.
from these sponsors, at least according to me, we're about to hit an ad break.
And the magic carpet crashes and burns.
Well, it hasn't actually taken off yet. So that being said, just to keep things moving. She will return to us momentarily, and then we will pick up with the results of this interaction. Clucky,
Dubiously. Yes.
you have taken off, and you have made your way above the tops of buildings. What is your next move? You were unable to spot anybody before. What would you like to do now?
I think Clucky's just going to continue pushing the same direction that he was told last to focus. I would say he would continue to try and assess the situation and see if he can track down the missing party members, Bahro and Petrichor, or Riley. But yeah, still flying his full speed, not dashing or anything, just going to the full 60 until he accidentally stumbles upon something.
Alrighty. I'll let you choose between survival and perception.
Lucky stumbles up on the dial, accidentally travels on his own.
Yeah, buddy. They are literally the same thing for me, so I will go with perception just because he's more so not really looking for signs. He's just looking in general. So we'll go with his eyes this time. That's going to be a 16. Or is that a 7? Nope, that's a 16.
16. So with a 16, you are just as the situation has sort of changed a little bit. Let me re-up that stealth from Riley and Bahro. I mean, there's been jumping and talking, communicating through basically Morse code, and then some ninja flips up the wall. Let's see how everybody's doing now.
23 for me.
31 for me.
It just gets better and better.
Clucky just flies directly past them. Overhead.
You're actually not, because currently we are moving faster than you are.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
No, you're not. You're trailing a zombie. They're going 20 feet per round.
I said I was picking up my pace because I'm trying to get up first.
So that being said, the carriage would be moving sort of in a direct route. Them trying to stay out of sight would be indirect. So much like zigzagging takes you longer, they would technically be keeping pace with the carriage. So that being said, just based off of where they were originally, I'll say that you didn't fly right past them yet, but you might. So,
yeah, buddy.
Xanthi, to try and pick things up where you left, Hang on.
I am absolutely horrified because I didn't want to rob these people.
It's fine.
Like, if
They
it
can do
comes to
without
it, then
So, as this is
We need the
happening,
magic carpet anyways.
I believe that the last thing that was said was somebody said, trying to confirm you're a government agent, and then somebody complimented you. How do you react to this?
immediately just goes shh, 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 shh. Just like shushing them.
Oh, is it serious?
Yes.
And so Xanthi, she's gonna kind of look panicked as she looks around for a moment, and she goes,
Full send.
"It's very serious." And she's gonna like look down at her palms, and she's going to kind of for a moment she's gonna use the cantrip Shocking Grasp, and she like kind of like you're gonna see these spurts of lightning coming from her hand. She goes, "I can't contain it much longer. I need to use this."
Okay.
Trying to make herself look like a imploding threat. I like it.
Like you love that.
Give me an intimidation check.
He's then just gonna look him dead in the eyes and be like, "If you don't want this whole block to explode in a matter of seconds, you need to let me borrow this right now."
Oh my god.
Give me an intimidation check. As you have switched gears from trying to get them to believe your story to straight terrifying them.
Listen, it's about
As you
strategies.
should.
You switch strategies when you need to get something, okay? That's acting school 101.
It's a fucking nat 20 plus 5.
That moment when
thought
Xanthi is
I rolled good,
responsible
too.
for the whole neighborhood to just empty it out. Like everybody moves out of the goddamn place.
Legitimately, like the streets are like everybody's backing away. The two individuals that you're talking to kind of like start backing up, and then the drunk guy just goes, "See, I said you were hot," and then one of them like yanks him off the carpet, and like they just start running.
As soon as they leave the carpet, Xanthi is on it and she is fucking booking it.
We got a free magic carpet, bitches.
Magic carpet, you guys.
As this is happening, just for the sake of argument,
Before
Soul
she
gets
flies off,
on
she
the
goes, "The
carpet
council
with
will
you.
thank you."
The council, thank you. Good job remembering that it's a council, and you didn't say like president or something. Like, who the fuck is the president? Anyway. So Soul, like, seeing all this, jumps on and just goes, "What the hells were you thinking?"
I don't really think that's how this goes, so let's just go with it, okay?
So y'all
Yes.
take off.
I can't
Pocket
believe
that-
fucking worked.
That carpet goes straight into the bag of holding.
Oh my god.
Bahro
Just dropped her
and
magic carpet.
Riley.
Fucking keep that shit.
Oh, fuck
So-
yeah, we are. We don't work for the government. We don't owe them anything.
Alrighty. So the two of you trying to meet up. How's are we feeling?
I would say the ones Borrow he tries to get Riley's attention so they can meet up, and he will just have a moment where he sort of asks them to wait, Riley, and he will attempt, now that he is closer, like that he's higher and also that he's closer to the location that Riley was trying to warn him about, he's going to attempt to use his tremor sense again to try to get a better sense, see if he can get a better sense of what lies ahead.
Gotcha.
As Riley has stopped and is actually like, instead of on the edge of the roof that's closer to the road, has moved to the other side of the roof to make it harder to see from the main road. I would just say, well, there's a spirally bit that goes up that's coming up, but there's no houses or roofs. So I was going to kind of pick up the pace so that I could get to the roof line up top. before the carriage got there.
Okay. While I have Bahro roll another perception check with advantage, I will welcome to the stage Mr. Oz.
I've arrived. Hello.
Sir,
We're on
son of a
magic carpet
ghost.
ride.
Yeah, just to catch you up on a few things.
Oh boy. Okay.
I sort of had
Don't do.
Soul tagging along with Xanthi as they tried to find and chase down where Bahro and Riley disappeared to. And
right.
as Clucky flew off, like he does, in the right direction, Xanthi tried to figure out a way to keep up. And long story short, you guys have commandeered somebody's flying carpet.
Yes.
By making them believe that Xanthi may potentially explode into a bolt of
Okay.
lightning that will destroy the whole neighborhood.
Or whatever else
I
their
pretty much
imagination
convinced
can
them that
guess.
I worked for the government, and then I used shocking grasp, and I was like, I can't contain it much longer. I need, unless you want this block to go out, you better give it to me. So yeah, that's the gist of it.
Okay.
Goodness gracious.
Okay.
So,
Definitely could have helped with that, but
yeah, I was about to, and then she crit an intimidation check, and I was like, well, shit, okay. Yeah, you got it.
You got the rug. Congratulations.
I love it.
So,
I honestly, I cannot believe that fucking worked, and I'm so happy with it.
you and me both, sister. With the 19 that Bahro rolled on perception, you're now getting a better view of this sort of spiraling ramp-like structure that you guys actually remember coming down on your way from the market district, the Fingers. So you would guess that one direction leads to the lower ribs and the other direction going up into the upper ribs. This would just be their way to get back to where they belong.
Okay. So, how exactly this spiraling thing is it? What does it look like? Like, is it just like the size of what the
Bahro doesn't know. What are you asking that for?
Well, I'm trying to.
What
I'm
does
trying to,
it look
I'm
like?
trying to figure out what would his echolocation tremor sense would perceive if this is like just a like the surface is sort of like it just keeps going up where at the level of where the carriage is going up, or if there's like a wall that covers it. Like, I'm trying to get a sense of what he would perceive.
It is
structurally.
open. It is open air, so you can like look from the ramp, look out into the rest of the city. There is no central column of it, so it just spirals right straight up into the next landing. So
Is it kind of like where Elrond is going up to meet Aragorn in
no, that's more of like a
King?
switchback kind of deal going up
Yeah.
a cliff. This is freestanding like a spiral staircase that has no center column.
Gotcha.
So, like, to make that feat happen in, like, with a staircase, it would just be building the stairs in such a way that they support themselves. This is just a ramp. So, if I'm thinking correctly, for the most part, that kind of shouldn't be able to happen. I'm by no means an architect, so by all means, if you are and you're in the comment section, correct me.
So the ramp goes like this, but it doesn't have anything. Like, there's no.
Yep.
There's nothing underneath
It's
it. And there's
just
no central
freestanding.
column. Yep.
How far up is this? Like, what's the height total that this thing goes up?
Probably about 100 feet
And
from the floor.
anywhere near the area where the ramp is, would there be any sort of other either building or wall or naked mountain path, anything that would basically be that leads also to that area 100 feet above?
Not 100 feet above. The closest that you can get is probably like a 30, 35 foot building that is near the ramp. But it is the only thing that goes from the floor to the top where the actually there is kind of sort of like a little bit of a cliff that this leads up to, because the market district is actually on a level of Earth that is higher. So, I mean, that potentially you could do.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm attempting to do here.
Tell me what you're attempting to do here.
I want to basically, after sensing this thing that makes no sense to him, even with his like perception of this ramp, because he cannot, there's no surfaces, so he just kind of just gets the bounce back of his perception. It's just this like sort of like thin spiral thing with the sound of the carriage trying to get up. He just sort of orients himself to try to get a sense of where does the ramp end above him, and then any other like where there is actually like wall hitting, and then whatever the nearest building, and then whatever other like piece of, you know, surface, like vertical surface. And what he wants to do is he basically wants to grab Riley, put them on his back, and he wants to basically get to the tallest nearest building, to whatever cliff there is, and then use dash if necessary to basically, with Riley on, go up and just like wall run his way to the top.
So you want to put Riley on your back,
Mm-hmm.
Yoda and Luke style,
Yes.
another.
We have a
reference-
harness.
We do. I have my
True.
little.
Do have a baby wrap.
We have a harness.
Or another reference that KJ would understand.
I know that reference. Thank you very much. I'm on social media.
So there is a way that you can do this. You could dash to get this done. Well, actually, I would say to get to the cliff, the wall that you are trying to run up. You could do that in this turn because we're not really in initiative. But yeah, that is something that is doable.
Gotcha.
You would just need a little bit. Actually, no, you probably wouldn't because you are handy capable. So, yeah, finding the edge of a building and making a leap, not really all that difficult for you.
Yeah,
Question. Would there be an opportunity? Would I be able to perceive Clucky right now? Like, it would be. Will he be close enough for my like passive
He's
to
in
like
the
catch
sky.
maybe the batting of the? That's why I was asking. I don't know like how far he is or how.
Clucky, do you have any bonuses to your stealth at all? 3. That would give you like a passive stealth score of 13, which is well below your passive perception, sir. So, yeah, I would say that you could definitely probably pick up that he is there. Yeah, let's go with that.
Can I?
Just flying
Not
aimlessly
tell
with
him.
no.
Let's just not tell him.
Can I? I would like. I want. Bahro is going to attempt to get Clucky's attention. Oh man, the options.
I was.
Choices.
There's something I'm thinking
Choice
about
of
that. Like,
extra.
are you about to suggest what I think you're about to suggest?
I'm going to say that Bahro is actually going to attempt to bagok.
I need to hear a Bahro Bagok.
Bahro is literally
Sorry,
if
what?
he's like with Riley and he's like getting the sense of where the things are, instead of he probably would have a moment where he says to Riley, "We will get there. We just have to make sure that we do not stray too far behind from our party. After all, we're stronger together." Speaking of, and then that's when he
lose the cart.
trust me, we will.
We're faster than the cart. What do you mean?
And then as he is hearing, he sort of like gets the sense of the wings, and he just has a moment where he's like, "Do you see Clucky?" And
What's my passive perception?
It's not that hard to find Clucky. He's
Yeah, but my
source
pass
on
was
the
a
sky.
10.
Giant bird in the sky.
He's a
Well,
bird in the
I was
sky.
doing that to try to figure out if he could be heard, but quite literally a white chicken barbarian of human size against a backdrop of either a black stone structure or a night sky is going to kind of
Probably with the cops shortly in tow again because he's flying in the sky again and pissing them off.
Oh God, this guy again.
It's that fucking bird again. Get him out of the sky.
Shooting down.
Bro.
So does Riley? So Riley does.
Riley does absolutely see Clucky McCluckerson.
Yeah, I see him.
Well, you see, like Riley probably sees Bahro in this one where he's just like considering something, and he's sort of amused, but also, and he just
What is?
do not tell anyone. And then he just.
Give it to me. Give it
No
to
one
me.
must know.
And then he just has a moment where he just, and he has a moment, he's about to say it, and then he just goes, "Wake the fuck up!"
Damn it.
I thought I was actually getting a bagak.
I wanted the bagak.
I'll take that though.
When he does that, when he does, he will probably raise his hand the way that he usually has done with Clucky, as he knows that
I
that's
gotcha.
a good gesture that between them.
Wake the fuck up. All right, so I'm assuming I'm gonna have to roll to be able to discern what direction that came from.
No, I'm gonna say no at this point.
It's easy at this point. Okay.
Yeah, you get. Hey, that's my line. Where is that?
What in the fuck? What? As soon as he spots Bahro and seeing
It
his hand
actually
in
makes
the
you upset because this is what you say when you see the sun, and there's no sun.
Where's the sun? What?
It's distracted.
You fucking lied to me, mate. Seeing
And
Well,
Clucky
with
doesn't
his
talk
hand
to
up the
Bahro for
sky.
the rest of the day.
uh,
Or he keeps asking
seeing
him,
him-
like, where's the sun?
seeing him doing his thing, he gets that trigger moment. Like I know exactly what he wants. But before he does, he looks back to see if he can spot Xanthi and Soul in tow. And if he does, he's like, "Oi, Rocky one, pointed ears, they're over here."
Yeah, you do.
And then
And it's kind of strange because they're on a rug.
oh, you got one,
Coming,
you got one.
Is that? Oh,
In
that's
that moment,
yes.
in that moment, you see like the strongest urge to fly back to you to ride on that rug. But he's like, oh, shit! And fucking flies towards Bahro.
Oh my god!
I'm riding that rug.
With the plus 12 in perception, I think Soul would have like noticed like mid-flight Clucky's like his confliction, and he's like, Xanthi, just be careful. Be ready to dive bomb the ground. Okay?
But
We need
what-
to get out of the sky.
Xanthi, I will say Xanthi, because he would have been keeping an eye straight on Clucky, because Clucky like would be her point of perception at this point, while trying to keep the eye on the baby if she can't see it anymore. But she would probably take notice as well, and just turn to Soul and just be like, "I already feel like I have a way of handling this, but Jesus Christ."
Yeah, no.
This is going to be one hell of a thing to explain, and I already know the kiddos going to lose their shit about this. They kept going about some
You
dude named
believe it?
Aladdin and a magic carpet ride.
I did already talk about this. A whole new world. I was thinking that earlier.
This is already pretty luxurious.
Clucky will dive bomb on Bahro. Legs out, extended out, so he can grab him by his hand with his
grabby toes,
his claws, his grabby toes, his grabby claws.
Bahro's, as far as I know, Clucky's able to carry both Bahro and Riley, correct?
Easily.
Yeah.
23 strength now, dude. He's yoked.
As soon as he senses like that the flying is getting closer, he probably would just have that moment where he would hand a hand to Riley and just sort of like gesture to see if she wants help getting on his back.
Without problem.
So yeah, as soon as he would just basically that moment is he'll have a moment of ready for a lift.
Yeah.
And he would just make sure to help once they're on to make sure they adjust the strap and then just keep that hand up. We're waiting for the Uber.
Waiting for the Uber. That being said, I will take us back to the carpet of flying. Xanthi and Soul, yes, you guys are trying to keep up with them. Full disclosure, a carpet of flying that is of a size that could hold both of you has a flying speed of 40 feet. So you are not the fastest, but you could, this was still better than the chariot because you can fly. Yeah, that's also true, but you can fly over buildings in a straight line rather than trying to weave through city streets and stuff. So this is beneficial, but you are still behind the chicken. Making your way in this direction, you can
downtown.
See
your way downtown to the spine.
I am so proud of myself that I haven't done that. Make my way. I haven't done that all campaign. There's little things like that I haven't done, and I've been so proud of myself.
Every time I say it, I'm like,
ahead blankly away.
That's Kurt Rule's thing. I'm not allowed.
I proceeded to add the lyrics of the very famous song for Xanthi's current character.
Oh my god.
So, Clucky dive bombs and is able to grab hold of Bahro and once again take to the sky. Where are you going, Clucky?
I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as Clucky picks them up, he would just have a moment of using with his free hand where his staff is. He would just sort of like attempt to point in the general direction of that area that is like the wall area where you get to the top. And he just has a moment where he first says, the woman is in the carriage on the ramp. We want to get up before they do. And he just gestures to the area above. And then he would say also, be discreet, Clucky. We do not want to be detected, and unfortunately, you are not. So, just keep a distance from the carriage.
Fly low at first and really close to the cliff wall so that they don't see us as much.
I don't know. Fly casual.
He would just probably try to like attempt to gesture so that we're not like basically he wants to point it so that as we're ascending, we're not ascending like parallel to the ramp. Like we don't want to be like just going up next to them like, hey, how's it going? It would be
Riley
more
would think of any like fucking Maverick, Top Gun, like those kind of how they fly to hide better, and will kind of like be like, yeah, go over here and you can like curve over here and like keep hidden from people better.
Just for clarity, the way Clucky likes to carry people is by their shoulders, as it's more of a gripping surface for him. So you'll have access to both hands to be able to give him better and concise direction and be a human turret for Clucky.
I'm
or
just
you can
picturing...
like totally punch away any missiles that come his way.
Yeah.
I'm just picturing Riley in this moment just start singing Danger Zone from
Highway to the danger zone.
I think it would probably be closer to the Mission Impossible theme.
Yeah, I like
Alright,
it. I like it.
Barrow is holding the
Valid.
staff like a guitar. Ding, 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 ding,
Do,
ding.
do, do.
ding. And then Clockcake's like,
But yes,
All right.
following their precise instructions, because Clucky's not very clever when it comes to that type of stuff. You just, as soon as he gets directions, that's how he flies.
So you are able to make it up to this sort of landing, basically back where you guys came from originally before heading to the lower ribs. This sort of interchange area in the district known as the Fingers. And there is a ramp leading upwards as well as a ramp leading downwards. Given your ability of flight in this situation, you guys beat the carriage up here. So you know that they will be coming. It's just a matter of time.
I have an
She'll
idea.
Be coming around the mountain.
I have an idea. If we want to kind of keep with the cart, there's an easy. Well, it depends on how much you guys will let me do things. I could like cling on to the underside of the cart when it comes up. Like after they kind of pass, I could run and skid, and then just like grab onto the bottom of the cart.
I'd say
Did
as Clucky
anybody else
lands-
see how wide Oz's eyes got when you said that?
No, I did not.
So what's funny, Oz, is that was Xanthi's original plan until the rug was presented.
It's true.
I would say as Clucky lands next to both Bahro and Riley, you're like, well, what's the intentions behind following this person? What do we hope to achieve?
indeed, I do not know necessarily that we are seeking to find ourselves all the way to wherever they may be going. After all, we have been in
Well,
other
then why
situations
did you want to follow them?
because we are trying to understand and potentially listen, Riley.
I could
Sometimes
listen to conversation by hanging on to the bottom of the cart.
you can also find yourselves in a place where you might not be able to get out of. And we already have faced the circumstances of finding ourselves surrounded by enemies and not being able to find our way to the rest of the group as promptly as we
Be
wish.
fine.
And
We're
might I point out that some of us are already a little hurt, one of us more so than the other.
It's
Indeed.
recon. Listen.
And we'll like dig through the bag of holding and pull out 2 of the earpieces.
Put these on.
I hold them out.
They go on your ears. Clucky, I don't know how that works for you. We'll figure something out.
just
But
imagine like
they
a
go,
bandit.
they go around your ear and they work. I was talking about them earlier, kind of like walkie-talkies, but like it's mental from how the guys like talked about it. So like, if I could go, I could like repeat the conversation in my head as we're going, and then like you guys could keep up with where I'm at from a distance, and then I wait until they leave fully, and then I get off of the cart and come back.
I don't have
Is-
those fleshy bits that you two have on the sides of your heads.
Before we continue, when we got to the top, Mara would like to lead the group to like potentially like an alleyway or somewhere where they're not like obviously close to
Out
the
in the
ramp.
open.
You know,
That
just
was
in
the
case.
first thing Riley did, was just kind of dart
Yeah.
off to somewhere that's not visible.
Just in case it needed to be said. We would probably find ourselves in a discreet location. Barrow would actually have a moment where he would speak to Riley and say, Riley, are you and Petrichor able to willingly step back and forth?
I mean, yeah, but it's not easy and it's not fast.
Well,
Yet, at least.
I would like to trust you with this mission. However, we always have to be prepared for the worst. And I'm afraid our good friend Clucky here has left me somewhat bruised. I know that Petrichor would be able to assist with that. So
I
I
can
think
help.
we have to.
Soul is going to place
here.
a hand on Riley's
You're
shoulder.
not there yet.
Am I there yet?
No, you guys have a
Yes, you
slower
are.
flying speed than we do.
Well, you guys have been talking. And
We're still on our magic
discussing
carpet ride,
your-
my dude.
Well, so I would like to point out if I carry people, I have to fly at half speed, so they potentially could have caught up to us by this point.
That's another good point. I will also say, me trying to figure out which carpet of flying you guys jacked. It's probably the 5 foot by 7 version, which has a capacity of 600 pounds and a speed of 40 feet. Above 600 pounds, it flies at half speed. So I don't think Xanthi and Soul are over 600 pounds.
We
together.
got ourselves
mean,
a
Could be
flying
no.
minivan. Oh my god!
Soul is 7 foot tall.
So
7
high
foot
five.
2.
Xanthi did good.
Clucky is so excited about that rug.
Xanthi will fight him for it. She jacked that shit on her own accord with her
You got
own
a broom. You share.
anything. The child gets the carpet because it's magical and sentimental to them. I will fight you on it.
So if Soul and Xanthi are flying next to you guys, Soul's gonna tentatively raise a hand and say, I'm not one to let a child do all the dirty work.
Hey.
However, I can render you, let's just say, a little more less noticeable.
I'm
Or,
already kind of not noticeable.
well, I can render you very much invisible.
So is Riley seeing the carpet right now?
Yeah, you guys would have landed with the carpet.
I don't think Riley, like the fact that you landed and had to come around to where we are, I don't think that's processed in Riley's brain.
Okay, so I will say, I think as soon as the carpet landed, Xanthi will kind of roll it up and she would put it in her big trunk, and like kind of off to the side, and we'll wait for the surprise later for that.
Also, counter proposal to letting the child do everything. I can also conjure some of my familiars to do some reconnaissance for us.
That
But
would
then
be.
I don't get to do heisty things.
Riley,
There's
pride
always
is at the
time
bottom
for
of every
us.
mistake. At the end of the day, we are not seeking to have fun here. We're trying to understand what we may be facing. And we want to make sure that everyone is able to fend for themselves should things go wrong, which, must admit, I'm not at my best right now.
Riley, when it comes to choosing our battles, we need to choose them carefully. It's best to choose battles we know we can accomplish, and right now we're not in the state to do that, at least on our own accord.
Yeah, the blind one had to learn the
Just
hard
a
way.
recon team. That's all it is. Like, I'm not going in to fight anybody. I'm just trying to gather information.
Riley, are you
Conversation,
able to
that's
tell
it.
me? Riley?
Xanthi's gonna kneel down right in front of Riley and just look them in the eyes and just go, we need you to stay here with the team. Soul has resources to get what we need. You will get your chance to do your recon mission. But right now, we need to play it safe, or else we're going to put things in a lot more of a risk than we need them to.
I can only concentrate on one spell.
There's
at
a
time.
chance for you to prove yourself, and I know you want to. But you have to just let it take time.
So, based on the direction that they are going, have you any idea where they might be heading?
Honestly, where they're going could be anyone's guess. I'm being perfectly honest.
Then, And he turns to Riley, puts a hand on their shoulder. We'll continue to follow discreetly at a distance and gather what we can gather. We do not know this person. We do not know what they're capable of. And from what we have heard from Saul and Goose, it appears they are not someone to be underestimated. And we are definitely not in a position to underestimate anyone right now in a place where we do not understand fully.
I've been here
In
for
this
years,
moment.
and even I haven't understood it fully.
Do we
In
have
this
an
moment.
agreement?
I'll wait to see if we have an agreement.
Oh, I was gonna let you continue doing your thing.
No, I want to know if we have an agreement or not because it's going to make this potentially a lot better or worse.
Riley is very visibly upset and has folded her arms and just kind of turns away from the group and walks off a little bit, not saying anything.
Bar is going to attempt to keep his hand on their shoulder, and if they try to move away, he actually is going to hold them in place. And he's just going to say, do we have an agreement, Riley?
With the second question, now I'm going to leave it up in the air because you guys took too long. With the second question, you can hear a small group of footsteps followed by wooden wheels on stone as the carriage of Aristina Shadewatcher reaches the top And we're back. Just want to take a quick minute to say, as I saw all of that. Anyway.
So did I. It's my
I was getting in place.
It's my favorite thing that I can watch you all.
It's great. It's wonderful.
That's not creepy.
No, not at all.
Deal with it.
It's what I do here. Anyway,
Smash?
thank you all for anyway. Thank you all again for tuning in this evening. Once again, we are 2B Diced Adventures, and this is our story, The Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. Over a year in the making.
Oof.
We're a little bit better than halfway through, and by the end of it, we're gonna have a whole new party because I'm gonna kill everybody.
Say it ain't
Don't
so.
worry.
You would kill a child?
I have not
Right?
made a
Food
backup character for
children?
this campaign yet, so I do not
I
plan on
haven't
dying
either.
anytime soon.
How
Again.
do you think Clucky's going to become a god? He has to make a child sacrifice.
Honestly, I would be. I'm surprised that he's planning on killing everyone by the end.
This is when
of it.
Xanthi kills a fucking party member. That's if you sacrifice the fucking child, it's gonna be roast chicken for dinner tonight.
Knowing our beloved DM, I'm pretty sure the child's gonna be the only one to stay alive to mourn the loss
Yeah.
of the party. Yep.
Probably.
Make them suffer
There-
even more. In all
there are
honesty,
plans for
I
the
don't know
child.
which is worse.
It's fine.
Anyways,
Anyways, you can find us on all of the social medias under 2B Diced ADV, one word. We also have upcoming. We have Frontiers of Eberron this Sunday, correct?
We also have
yes.
Tales of Varden.
Tales of
on
Varden.
Friday or this Thursday. Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Are we streaming it, or is that just for us?
I don't know. It will be uploaded to the YouTube later, from what Chris has
It will be
said.
a surprise.
So if
So
we're not
excited.
streaming it live, you will get to catch it later on YouTube.
Gotcha. If you remember our Tales of Arden stream and you are watching this, leave a comment or send us a message in some way, shape, or form. Letting us know if you want to watch that again. Because, yeah, we're definitely going to be recording it. Let us know if you want to see it live tomorrow. So, yeah, let's do that.
Also,
yeah, what else do we have going on?
on
Also,
the 13th of December,
Oh,
we
yeah.
have our
The 13th,
holiday rogues gallery. It's coming up.
Yeah.
instead of
yeah, on the
Dimensional Dial.
13th, instead of Dimensional Dial. So I will be taking a player seat at the table as we have a cross-stream event with Valiant Adventures headed by Michael St. Gregory doing
It's gonna
his
be-
own-
I'm
Go
so
ahead.
excited.
It's gonna
I-
be
I'm so
I'm
excited and I just can't.
Terrified just because of the fact that I'm not going to be able to use D&D.
It's a busy.
That's true.
I'm horrified about figuring out my mechanics for character creation. I will get it done, but I am
Have you not built the character yet?
Oh
No.
god.
Victor!
I
Just
just
a
had
figment
some
of the
else to
imagination right now.
But it's
I
going to be a
just
busy,
felt
busy week for TBD. As also we will be debuting the Star Wars campaign Edge of the Empire on that
That's
Tuesday.
right.
Man,
Tuesday.
jam
I
packed.
can't wait to watch that afterwards. That is going to be awesome.
I-
working on my schedule.
Fun with that.
I'm slowly making my way through your guys' session 0 that you guys put on last week while I was unavailable and trying to learn what I can about the system just so that I can do what I got to do. It's going to be
It's
a grand old time
Whole chunk of
But,
information.
as I
I'm not
as I
part of
introduce
it.
you all to
It
my
is a lot to learn. I am.
It's one of the benefits of the system of Edge of the Empire is a narrative-based die system where it's not focused on numbers; it's focused on successes and failures. That being said, it's also going to be a very adaptive campaign as well. So if you're not part of the main cast, you still can be part of the campaign and come make a guest appearance every now and then if you would be inclined to make an appearance. So
We're
stay
gonna
tuned for
have-
that.
This is really just Tarzan trying to get me to play a Star Wars game is what's happening.
literally what it is.
Me too.
So right after this session, we're gonna have movie night for KJ to see episode 2, right?
Apparently.
Like, that's what we're gonna do.
I am
No,
down.
no,
That,
the next
that
one-
sounds like a necessity. So
The next one's a movie. I don't remember which one. I have to look at the thing that
Episode 2,
Clones.
Attack of the Clones.
episode 2 is a movie. It's episode
I
2.
don't know Star Wars.
Yeah, that's
It's-
we get it.
KJ,
They're
whenever
gonna
you
learn
come up to
today.
stay
No
with Auntie, Auntie's gonna sit you down and we'll watch the Clone Wars series together. Okay.
I actually haven't seen all the
Victor
Clone
says I
Wars,
have
so I
to.
won't be on that.
Victor says I have to
I
watch it all in order.
I got the order of how it needs to be watched, and even the
Is it the,
times that you need to pause the last episodes of the last season to watch in combination with the movies during Order 66.
Oh,
So
that's
that's
true,
how it's
yeah.
going to be watched in this household.
Okay, fine, Papa
It's gonna
Barrow.
be a
Jeez, like
whole thing.
calm your jet.
There's also I forget what they call it, but there's the one where I think the what is it? The order's like 4, 1, 2, 5, 3, 6 or something like that.
Chronological,
to get
or
it's not
Yeah.
chronological. It's like to better get like the impact of the greatest reveal of all time in cinematic history. So yeah. But anyway, speaking of
I'm not
great
gonna pull
reveals,
that.
back on track.
I'm going to reveal something great in 2 seconds. Rocks fall, everybody dies, make a new party. Anyway,
Rock
Boom,
from
that comes
where?
Stop.
so as we
I'll have your
return
relax.
to the scene of the crime, quite literally almost, you guys have ducked into an alley. You know, the carriage of former High General Augustine Shadewatcher is about to begin their ascent to the upper ribs, and now there is law enforcement astride
Flying overhead.
flying brooms, or brooms of flying, I should say, to be more correct, overhead, looking for something.
A law-breaking chicken.
Or either that or a sorceress who jacked a fucking carpet. But question, DM. So the earpieces
Answer, player.
that we received, do they have to be attached to the ear to work?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay, fair enough.
And
And
this
Clucky
is
has no ear
because
Other questions disregarded.
I would say as these people are flying overhead, Clucky had in the moment had breaking out his pouch of dragon bones and was like, just looks up and sees them like, oh, it's them again, and looks back down at the bones and is like, fuck them, and kneels down in the middle of the group and gives the bag a quick shake. And as he's casting augury, he asks, will following this carriage bear any new information? And he throws out the bones onto the cobblestone.
While he is doing this, and Soul has noticed the brooms, knee-jerk reaction because of what has happened before, Soul's going to cast invisibility on Clucky.
that tracks.
So genius.
You do understand that if Clucky gets some random fucking impulse, we lost the chicken. And that will become the sentence, the phrase of this dimension is, I lost my chicken.
So, question: upon Soul watching him cast invisibility on Clucky, can I use Mage Hand to just hold on to him like a child leech, so we can at least track him?
Well,
We're
there
about
is a
to find
range to
out.
invisibility, so at some instance, once you exceed,
You just no, that's not how invisibility works. When
Is it not?
that range is for you to cast it, and then it is up.
Yeah.
Again,
It's a concentration,
I want
so
to put Mage Hand on Clucky so we can keep track of the chicken. There's like at least a little like tab
Clucky.
that we can.
Yeah,
keep
but
track
then that sort of defeats
Lucky.
the purpose of the invisibility. If there's some hand just flying around.
it's an invisible hand. But
Oh,
anyways,
yeah.
we're casting augury.
Ladies and gentlemen, Clucky, you drop the bones. And as you think about this question and everything that you are planning on doing and whether or not this will get you more information, You have the bones in your hand and you drop them.
Mhm.
And you read the bones in the way that you've learned to do so. And just after you deem the results favorable, your hand disappears from view.
Ow! Oh, Clucky's never done that before. He's gonna freak out. Oh, he's gonna freak out.
I said it.
He's gonna freak out. Oh shit!
In this moment that Clucky disappears, what is his immediate reaction?
He's gonna scream.
Bahro is going to be
he's-
immediately covering his mouth.
Mage
Where?
hand on the mouth.
Where?
Mage
Where?
hand on the
I'm sorry,
mouth.
where?
Good point.
Bahro doesn't know where Clucky is because of where he sees him.
So
good point.
he starts as he's reading the results, and he goes to reach out for the bones, and his hands immediately disappear from his own line of sight. He just takes in a sharp breath, and I think that's when
Yeah,
Bahro.
as soon as Bahro hears the thing, like the thing that's coming, Bahro immediately he just sort of moves. Is the one moment where he likes, like that's the moment that he lets Riley go, and he just sort of moves and just reaches out, and he just goes.
all of a sudden he goes.
Calm, easy, Clucky, calm down. What's happening?
I don't know.
Clucky, breathe. It's just an invisibility spell, okay? It's just an invisibility spell.
Am I real? Am I still here?
Clucky,
You are
Clucky,
still here. You can see
listen
me,
to
right?
Listen to me.
You're
It's
still
magic.
here. Okay?
It's magic.
It's just a precaution.
You are unseen right now. Do you
Seriously?
understand me?
Goes around the back and casts his mage hand and just like latches it on to the back of Clucky. Oh my god!
Totally. Oh my god.
Well, three people right now are trying to hold down Clucky.
We definitely need this as a sound for you to.
What I'm envisioning right now is both Bahro and Bahro hanging on to Clucky while he's standing up like. and
This is the next group TikTok that you guys make, is just you guys trying to silence Clucky with that audio.
Soul standing over him, trying to like reassure him. You got an invisible hand clutched onto Clucky's leather pauldron, just trying to get him to stay still. And he's just like,
Bahro, so before everything else, Begs, you get bardic inspiration. So Bahro is going to have that moment when he's just telling you, Clucky, it's a spell. There's a spell upon you. You cannot be seen, but you are here. Do you understand me? Say that you understand.
I think I understand.
Yeah, you can feel your fingers. Yes, can you feel your fingers?
Yes, I can feel myself. Okay.
Good. So
Okay.
I'm going to let you go. The brooms were above us. We want to make sure that they are not going to find us. Understood?
All right. Okay. I'm lightheaded.
Jim, Clucky, take a moment. Sit down.
Okay. And he just starts trying to gather his bones back up, but he's having a hard time because he can't see his own hands. He's like missing them.
I'm going to say that Bahro helps him with the bones, and it probably does better.
Probably, actually.
Soul's going to track the sky. Are the brooms circling, or are they going in a certain direction?
Make a perception check. Yeah, that's what we'll call it.
Can I help? Since Bahro will probably also be. I mean, not that he can hear much if the brooms are silent.
Xanthi is just
They
paying
are
attention to
silent.
the mage hand grabbed on the back of one of Clucky's weapons and is just making sure the chicken doesn't run.
Since
Oh
my
my
phone is
God.
not
Interesting.
signal
Borrow's
online.
attention goes back to Riley.
Whew.
She is
Funny
gonna
you
put
should
her hood
mention
up,
that.
though.
Oh,
Let me
you
see.
motherfucker.
Oh, Perception.
The
So
title
24.
of the session is still relevant.
24 for perception.
God damn it.
Perception on the lawkeepers up top. They do appear to be looking for something. Not exactly like circling, but with the 24, what you're actually gathering is that while they are looking for something, they're not really looking on the ground as of yet. They're looking for something airborne.
Good. Okay.
What else you are gathering in this moment is the carriage beginning its ascent up the ramp.
All right. Oh,
The the
And
area
Zane's gone.
the area where we are, the from the location where we are to the next level, are there any climbable surfaces or runnable surfaces?
While there was some from below coming up to this section, it is the ramp that you have, and then you can actually see out into sort of the lower ribs, with the upper ribs being above, supported by columns. Like the closest one to you is probably over like maybe 200 feet away.
well, before this jump scare, the bones have spoken. Whatever we seek to gain from this carriage, it's the spirits believe that it is something that needs to be gained. But that being said, am I a spirit now? What is this?
No, Clucky. Do you know how in nature there are certain creatures that are able to use their environments to not be seen?
Would Clucky know about chameleons and shit? I don't think he
You're a
would.
hunter.
You're a fucking hunter and gatherer. What the hell?
I guess, yeah.
You
I mean,
you at least have the basest idea of a defensive camouflage.
yeah. Okay,
Even
yeah.
even the concept of like an animal with stripes, using the stripes to try
Oh,
to
yeah.
blend with the environment.
Yeah, well, that, yeah, no, I'm thinking like actual like like a chameleon situation where
Oh,
they
no,
can
I mean-
fully blend in. But yeah, no, you would sense that Clucky's like pondering for a moment because no one can see him.
Barrow would
He-
just add. Barrow would just add. Saul has used this spell so that you are able to not be seen, so that it is easier for you to move around, because as you know, you are very noticeable, especially when you fly.
Are you God fucking damn it.
That being
So
said,
God fucking damn it.
Go ahead.
I'm going to need a favor, Clucky.
Are we gonna fly?
You will. And then he turns to Xanthi and Saul. And you both as well. I will meet you in the top. And after that, Barra is actually going to walk out of the alleyway and he's going to go up the ramp to catch up with the carriage. No stealth whatsoever.
I just had a
Speaking
split.
of-
Sorry. Go ahead.
DM, I have a question. Because I have been to the upper ribs before, I'm assuming I would have a pass to get up there.
Oh, it's not like you need certain level of entry or anything. It's an open area of the city. It's just, the people who live there usually need a certain amount of coin.
Okay.
There's no like toll or anything like that. Nobody's gonna check you. You're like you're trying to get into a club. It's just the rich part of town.
Okay.
Not the gated rich part, but like the rich part.
The
There's the
nice.
gated part inside, but
Okay. So I'll do something
So-
later.
speaking of the carriage,
Mhm,
specifically the undercarriage,
mhm. You
Get
son of a.
it!
a very tiny humanoid has slipped their way and is hanging on, unbeknownst to anyone, possibly even the gods.
Bahro is still going to the
Okay.
carriage.
Oh,
Bahro is literally going to go up the ramp, and he is walking to the carriage.
Oh, I know, but y'all were talking for a very long time, so you got some catching up to do.
He's just going up the ramp, just walking toward the carriage.
Riley, what are we doing?
I told you what I was doing.
Yeah, but now
Now-
you can share with the class because you're in trouble.
Now it's vocalizing
It's fine.
what you're doing.
After being let go and seizing the opportunity, still being upset with being told once again that they're not allowed to do something or that they can't do something. In the distraction of Clucky being turned invisible, they slipped away and snuck under the carriage and are trying to listen to any conversation that might be happening inside of the carriage, keeping track of where they're going so that they can make their way back if needed, but just trying to pick up on anything that could be relevant or important.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
— 17.
17. Your proximity is much closer, but you are now within, like, whereas it driving by, you could hear the wheels. It's another thing to be under the carriage and have all this. But given now your proximity, you are able to hear some things. Kind of, sort of, just bits and pieces of word, like bits and pieces of sentences. And the keywords that you would hear are shield, vault, expecting, goose, sword, and heart.
Riley will take it in, and or as she's picking up on the little bits that she can, in an attempt to be able to hear it better, is like ear up against the floor of the cart. But just will keep there to see if there's any more conversation. And is there more than one person talking?
Yes.
Okay. Any voices that I recognize from the crowd?
Nope.
Lovely. Just hanging on.
Okay. Bahro, how fast are you moving to catch up to this? Because your walking speed is definitely fast enough that eventually you'll make it there. But if you are dashing or double dashing,
I mean, how far is it?
So with the amount of talking that you guys did, like, kind of sort of, they made it up one whole rotation. So overall, I don't know, like, it was maybe a total of like 150 feet.
Okay, so at this point, I would have covered one turn worth of distance if I would have been walking, so like 50
Pretty
feet.
much.
For the sake of it, if allowed, I want to say that he's like brisk walking, but doesn't like he's going faster than his like normal speed would be.
Okay.
And he's actually, as he's doing this, he's going to telepathically reach out to Clucky with this new thing, and he just has him as he's walking. He's just sort of, Clucky, do not be scared. I know that you cannot see me. We are using magic for this. I just need to know if you can hear me. Just think what you wish to say.
Splitting
How
We can't be
are
improving so much on the chicken right now like this, you guys. Oh my
you doing this?
The magic piece near your head is able to let you speak to me this way. And I need you to understand me because I might need you to do something very soon.
Go ahead.
You are invisible now. You cannot be seen. I need you to take flight and stay close to where I am, below the elevation where I am.
Okay, so Clucky's gonna have to do some backtracking because he went flying towards the cops.
Oh my God. Damn it. Motherfucker.
Well, you guys, he was told to fly, and as soon as Barrow left, he's like, "Well, all right." But no, yeah, no. As soon as as soon as you relay that through the earpiece, yeah, Clucky will backtrack, being that he's invisible. You probably would have gotten up. I think what he was doing, you know what? What he was doing was he was quietly flying next to the cops to see if they would register that he was there.
Oh my God.
Every now and like you're just cruising by them and nothing happens, and there is a point like right before this conversation happens where it just sort of like one of them stops and is looking around and looks right at you and just kind of, huh? And like listening to one of the other ones calling off and just like thinks he sees something, and then gets distracted.
Does Soul notice this as they're flying on? Okay. All right.
Wait, did Xanthi notice this because she had Mage Hand on the back of him?
Oh, shit.
You know, when I said that hand is not going to be useful for someone who's invisible, this is why.
That's a good point.
Like, would she at least be able to tell that he was flying away?
Doesn't Mage Hand have a specific radius that when it goes outside, it cancels?
Well, yes,
30
but would
30
she
feet, I
be
think.
able to tell that Clucky left the building? Like,
Well, so if it goes beyond the range from you, it'll disappear, and you would know that your spell is gone.
yes, that's what I'm saying. She's like, can she?
You
tell
probably would have seen the mage hand fly and then after a moment just disappear.
No, yeah, you would have. Yeah, you would have felt that Clucky had flown off as soon as Barrow said to fly.
Xanthi just she watches the Mage Hand just like go as far as it can and then she watches it dissipates. She just stands there, just arms at her side, staring at it as she sees it going towards the direction of the cops. And she then turns back, seeing Barrow and the child are gone, and she just turns to Soul very slowly, and she goes, "We're all gonna die."
Being that, as soon as he understood what was going on with his inside of his head and getting instructions from Barrow, he would have flown back towards Barrow and did exactly what he asked him to do. Because
Barrow would just basically communicate, stay flying below my level, underneath where I am, in case I need to let something fall your direction.
That's not
Understood.
ominous.
And Mara's just walking to catch up with the carriage.
He doesn't.
I love this so much because what you were told was concentrate on what you want to say. And that is exactly what you're doing. Just one syllable at a time.
I was more taking it as like Clucky can't think very like well.
This is the most that a chicken
really
brain
hard.
has ever had to work on anything.
Like, I will say, like, by chance, could Clucky just get like a +1 in intelligence after he like uses these for a solid like pluck some brain power out of him? Like
He's slowly learning. He just
Gotta
doesn't
work that
understand
muscle.
magical items yet. When you tell him he has to concentrate, he's really concentrating. He's like,
again, I'm more taking that Clucky just doesn't know how to think in his own head. And so it's like processing slower. That's how I'm at least seeing it.
shit, Clucky doesn't have an internal dialogue.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Like he has to think in his head like super hard to make it speak, and like that's kind of what I was saying.
So that's why he's thinking so hard, is because he doesn't
Why
have
I
an
said,
internal
hey,
dialogue.
If it's possible, like Clucky should totally get a +1 if he's like using these for so long, because it's making him like use his brain.
Soul
Sure,
will lean
anyway.
into Xanthi's ear and whisper, "Should I have told him that the spell only lasts an hour?"
Xanthi immediately, you just see her just let out a long sigh before she just lowers her head. She pinches the bridge of her nose, and she goes,
Clucky thinks he's
Do
going to
you-
be invisible for the rest
"Do
of his
you
life.
really think the bird knows the concept of time, especially when there is no sun in the sky?" And I know you don't know about a sun. We're not going to talk about
really
that.
Don't know.
but- Trust me when I tell you this. This bird has no sense of time.
Hmm.
And so he's either... Does Clucky have a sense of time?
First off, who is the one that wakes the party up in the morning every day?
I'm figuring that Clucky doesn't know the sense of time currently because there is no sun. He is
Oh,
currently...
well, in this realm, yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was...
No, but you would probably have an inside clock though, especially a creature that gets up with the sun. He would have a.
Yeah,
he
but
would
he
wake
doesn't
up
know
even if
that
there's
it's
no
an
sun.
inside
He
clock.
knows the morning time.
But do you think Clucky can really like if especially if there's like nothing like to watch, or like can he really tell like if
Yeah, no, I
something's
mean, if you
in
tell him
there?
like an
1
hour,
from
He's
now.
a 4-year-old. Do
No.
4-year-olds have any concept of time?
No.
I just what I love about all of this is that we basically are so proud that Xanthi has gone into sobriety, but we create all the circumstances that would make someone drink. I just love. We were like, "Oh, you're sober now. Let us put you in all the positions that would make you want to down a whole goddamn continent, and then have you deal with it."
So this is why Xanthi doesn't keep alcohol on her, because if she did, she would want to drink.
You literally blew it up in a blaze of glory.
I
So I
blew
feel like
it up in a blaze
She's
of
staying
glory.
sober in these circumstances. It's a bonus for her. Like
So,
this is like
Speaking-
Currently, the
Yes,
drug
training.
she's running off of is the absolute panic of where the fuck is the child? Like,
Speaking of where the fuck the child is,
As we're
in all of
As
this,
we are.
Riley, I'm going to give you one more perception check.
oh my god.
Natural 20, but I don't have any bonuses.
Damn.
Boy, oh boy. So you lean in like you're doing, and you kind of like. First off, let's just say, holding yourself suspended underneath a moving vehicle is not an easy task. But you pull yourself closer, get your ear right against the bottom of this carriage, and What you hear is a feminine voice saying, I have no idea how stupid they might be, but if they dare come onto my estate without me knowing, I will get the sword from the goose myself and run them all through with it. Get
Okay.
everything where I told you, and we will see what they do. Send somebody to watch them.
Too bad Clucky's invisible. You can't fucking see him.
For now.
For now.
Clucky can't even see Clucky.
He's
That's
that good.
that's the definition. I can't see myself. Nobody can see me. Covering your
That
eyes.
close my
makes it
eye.
invisible.
I am invisible.
So, I will say at this point, Bahro, you catch up to the carriage.
Bahro is going to catch up to the carriage, and he's going to use his staff to tap on it a couple of times as if to try to get their attention. And he's going to take that opportunity to see if his tremor sense allows him to recognize that there may be something underneath the carriage. As someone mentioned, they shared the idea earlier.
This is a point where thematics versus mechanics don't really match. Because by rights, knowing exactly what and where he should be looking, Bahro shouldn't even have to make this roll. However, it was a very impressive roll that I don't know if mechanically Bahro could even make.
Probably not.
What's the feat you're trying to do right now?
I'm just using my tremor sense to basically like feel the shape of the carriage as I tap on it.
The reasoning Matt
confirm.
is so conflicted is I rolled a natural 20 for a 32 on stealth. That is why he's conflicted.
Yeah, and nobody has the numbers to reach that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Bahro is like, he heard Riley mention what they were planning on doing, and he's using his tremor sense to tap a carriage that is like right next to him. So that's why, like, thematically, mechanically are.
You're 23 passive, right?
Yes.
I'm only 24. Yeah.
So what is your bonus to perception checks?
8.
I have 12.
You're not following though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Never mind.
You need to get an extra multi-class into Rogue so you can get the expert feat into Perception. Just saying.
Figure it out.
I
Listen.
cannot. I don't know that I can keep
I need you to take
certain
5.
sources.
I will say this. Bahro, you don't sense Riley. But that does not stop you from, as you walked up here and knew where to look and everything, you know. I cannot take that from you. You don't sense them. You can't be like, they are exactly right here. This is their coordinates, but you know.
Yeah. Also, like, the tapping of the carriage is not even like being gently, lightly to see. He's tapping the carriage to see if they'll stop. And if they do stop, he's going to move to the door or like the entry point or window or whatever the hell the carriage may have.
Okay. First of all, there is a person who is seated in the driver's seat,
Mhm.
holding sort of reins, and they lean over the side without stopping the carriage and just go, "Fuck off!"
I seek an audience.
Then go to the theater.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that I provided enough entertainment earlier to at least get a word.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, that is so saucy.
Guidons, because I don't have much in this.
Excuse
Oh
you.
my god, never mind. Nope. Even if I rolled a max, it's going to be a 9. So no.
Would you believe me if I said that the number that I just rolled was a 9?
Really? Well, then I would need to roll. Nope. Even if that, it would be less.
What's that?
I rolled
what?
less than a 9.
Oh,
A 9 would have been if I rolled the d4 with 4, and I rolled 1.
Damn, dog.
Yeah. So it's a 6.
Can you double guidance?
oh. With this, you just hear, "Get your fuck away from the carriage before I have to stop and actually teach you a lesson, old man."
Well, if you do stop, that would be helpful. So I suppose we can do that.
Well, I guess I'm not fucking stopping then, eh?
Well, I suppose that would make you a man not of your word.
Oh my god!
You're making more of noise. Give me another persuasion check.
Oh my god, the clapbacks that
Guidance.
Bahro has. Oh my god.
Okay. This is better. This is better. This is much better. That's a dirty 20.
You hear a slow rapping on the window in the front of the carriage. And the individual that's standing there kind of like looks back and gives you a dirty look and then stops the carriage.
Ah,
A moment later,
thank you.
I will describe to the viewers that a shade is pulled back from one of the windows, and then the window drops down to be opened, and there is a face beyond of a masculine individual, pale white skin, almost white gray hair, and red eyes with the whites of their eyes being black. And they lean out, and beyond this individual is Aristina Shadewatcher.
Smash.
Speak quickly.
Snoo.
Well, I suppose quickness, while efficient, sometimes may not be enough, but I was hoping perhaps I would be able to introduce myself and get to understand and learn more about who you are. For what I've heard, you seem to be someone of renown in these parts, and I'm not very familiar with it.
If you're looking for a social call, you can ask at Shadewatcher's estate rather than in the middle of the street.
Then
Like
how about a test of trust? And Bahro is going to actually, with speed, attempt to go and crouch underneath and attempt to see if he can reach Riley and grab them from underneath.
Matt, I
the floor.
texted you.
I know you did.
My god.
What is going on?
How far is Sol and Xanthi from this debacle that's going down right now?
Jesus.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh dear god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Sprinting on my way.
Riley,
Jesus fucking Christ.
in this situation, There are two things that you described that you'd be looking for. Neither of them are closed.
Hmm.
It is just open road.
I'm still gonna try to do it. Just, I mean, it's gonna fucking come up no matter what. On the other side of the carriage from where Bahro is.
Give me a stealth check.
It's another natural 20.
Goodness fucking gracious, why did I say that?
I'm sorry.
Bahro,
Mm-hmm.
you slide under the carriage. There's no Riley.
Oh no. Oh my god. The child's gone rogue.
Literally.
The child is a rogue.
I know!
It's a road.
Child hasn't gone rogue. They've been rogue the whole time.
They've officially gone on their own little rogue journey.
Tell
Riley,
everyone to
you
the rogue
could
gallery.
have you have three options: down the ramp, up the ramp, or over the side.
Okay, so. Hold on. Let me look at my things to see if I can even do this.
The answer is you can certainly try.
I absolutely can. I'm just seeing if I have the thing that will let me try to do what I'm thinking about doing.
Listen here, Matt Mercer.
I was in the same building as that man. I didn't get to see him.
Gotta ask you about that.
Long story short, it was great.
Yeah, you are like your patch, sweetie. Yeah.
Where is this goddamn spell? I might not have it prepared. That might be a problem.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
Oops a daisy.
We're gonna find out. Hold on. I don't have it prepared. That's fine. I can try another thing. What I'm gonna do is use the second spell slot that I'm allowed to as Riley and cast Enhance Ability on myself.
Okay.
And go over the side, but still hold on and start spiraling down on the edge.
Oof.
That's gonna hurt.
Enhance ability for what?
Friction burn.
My strength, because that's probably what the kind of check I'm going to have to make to be able to hold on and go down.
You're goddamn right it is. Make me an athletics check with advantage.
Okay, that could be worse. 17.
Borrows reach for his hand. As he reaches and he finds nothing, his next move in the same with the same speed as he went down, as he's still underneath, like below, he reaches for the earpiece and just takes it out, and then comes back up to show the piece in his hand as he then crushes it.
Well played.
So when you come back up, the door is open, and the individual that you've been speaking to and one other individual are on their way out. And then you crush this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a deception check with advantage.
Smash.
Oh my god.
Items.
This is
Guys,
some
guys.
FBI Barrow. Like, we don't even know Barrow's last name. It's just like, my name's Barrow.
22.
Barrow,
We do still have
Barrow.
an extra one too.
22.
Before we go further, being that Clucky's or Barrow's last instructions to Clucky was to stay a level below him, would Clucky then be seeing a certain small hatchling sliding down the side of a fucking ramp? It's kind of hard to hide out in the open like that, though.
Well, you're still invisible.
He is.
Yeah,
Riley,
but Riley is not.
by dice,
Riley, yeah.
Riley's invisible.
Fair. Yeah, the gods don't know.
I'll do this. That 32 that Riley got. Oh, I don't even know if that would still work for you. What's your bonus to perception?
+5. But, I mean, Clucky, it's kind of hard to hide from somebody when you're hiding right in front of them.
Well, my question is, Clucky was told to watch Barrow in case he something gets thrown off the edge where he's at. So the question would be, is he distracted watching Barrow?
I can't see Barrow.
Yeah,
I'm
he
below
would be.
him.
He would be below. He would be.
Well, yeah, but
below.
he'd be watching where Barrow would have
Honestly.
been.
Honestly, that would be like circumstantial. He is looking for something to come over the side.
And it's kind of hard to hide out in the open when you're
Yeah,
in
so
front
if
of
the
him.
ramp is what I think it is in my mind, then basically there are no like walls or anything. So it's literally just like the surface, and your body would be dangling.
Unless
there's
Clucky's like a
a
complete
guardrail,
idiot and not
but-
looking.
Is it like a bridge that's spanning a huge pitfall of a gap going into
Yeah.
a higher place? Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, it's like you could think of it like a bridge, but it spirals upward.
Okay, gotcha.
You ever had like a Hot Wheels track that like has those spirally
Yeah.
parts where like there's
Right.
there's just nothing holding it, but it's connected
Wheels
on the
do
top
that.
and the bottom, so it's
Right.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay, tracking now. All right.
tracking. I get it. Hot Wheels track.
Ah.
Anyway,
It's unintentional, but yeah.
I will do this. KJ, speaking to you as a storyteller, would you like Clucky to be able to perceive you in this moment?
Well, the thing is, Riley can't see Clucky. He's invisible.
Yeah, Riley can't.
That's
This is why I'm asking
why
KJ
he's
because
asking me.
yeah, because mechanically, there's no way that Clucky could do this. However, this might be not detrimental. This could be a very big negative to what Riley's trying to do. So, if KJ wants help in this situation, I can't exactly tell them to stop rolling so fucking good, but but if they're like, yeah, this would be a situation that Riley's not exactly being stealthy, hanging off of the side of this. In which
Riley's intention was to gather information, and as soon as they realized that Bar was there and they were probably going to get caught, they're still upset. They're still mad. So they're still trying to be stealthy. If they get caught, they realize that that's probably going to be a thing, but they're trying to be as quiet and as invisible as possible.
Too bad you're not invisible.
And for this moment, I'm going to say Clucky cannot spot them, be it the angle of being underneath or whatever the case may be. It's just not happening yet.
Question:
But
How thick is the road?
Oh,
Probably like anyway. I would say it's probably got to be like 3-4 feet thick, like where you actually would walk, and then there would be, you could think of them as like stone barricades that go up like another 3 to 4 feet. So that's would be what you are hanging on. Is
If
actually,
that's the case, Riley is short enough to not dangle past the bottom.
Pretty much. Not to mention, like, in that point, you wouldn't be like hanging; you'd be like ball.
Mhm.
So
And
Yeah.
if there's even a little extra lip past this cement wall, they would swing their feet up on the side to help them kind of move quietly.
not for most people, but we'll say that's what you find with your thief ability to have a climb speed. So, Bahro,
Hmm?
this person that you've been talking to that has gotten out of this carriage with a short sword in their hand looks at the remnants that you're leaving on the floor and goes, "What's that?"
Hearing device.
A hearing device.
Yes. Oh, I suppose magic, if it's the description you're looking for.
They'll kind of like look over their shoulder and you can't really see this because it's not really something that would trigger anything that you have, but then you would hear in the carriage.
Bar gets in.
I'm
Yeah,
loving
this
this
is,
news more and more.
Two people enter as well, and then the door closes and locks. The carriage moves, but only to the side of the road before stopping again. And on the inside of this dimly lit carriage, Aristina Shade Watcher looks at you and says, "I don't know if I should believe you, knowing how hard you were hit upside the head earlier."
I suppose that is a fair assumption. That bird certainly quite packed the punch.
Indeed. But you knew that, given that you are traveling together
Indeed.
with Mr. Noctis.
Yes.
Intriguing. And now you happen to have found a spying device on my own carriage. Now, how would that happen?
Well, I suppose that the way that anything else would happen, something was attempted and your friends here, no offense, did not notice.
So, who would want to spy on me, I wonder?
Well, I suppose that you would be able to answer that question better than I can.
Oh, I can't do all the work myself, can I?
Well, of course not.
Please, do tell. Who or why somebody would need to listen to my private conversations? I am just a retired military general who happens to have a certain collection of antiquities. Now, what would somebody want with that?
Would you say those antiquities have value?
Of course they do.
Then it wouldn't be beyond the scope of understanding that people would attempt to want to take hold of these possessions, yes?
Oh, people want, by all means, but it's usually a matter of sense of the common variety that would stop them from trying to cross me.
Huh. As someone who has traveled a lot, I can tell you common sense it is something that can go out the window the hungrier you are.
Are you hungry?
Oh, I suppose I am. I tend to enjoy tea more. But the truth is, I care for those who I travel with, and while I am here and in this place, I have a sense that you are someone of influence and power. And I prefer to speak and get to understand someone rather than attempt anything without understanding.
And what is it you wish to understand?
Well, I guess if we have the time, I would love to understand what are things that you aspire to. What are your ambitions?
I am immortal. I have nothing but time.
And so you collect things, but to what end?
We getting deep, dude.
We are getting deep. Sentiment, primarily.
Lost the monk.
So you have embraced an undead life where you collect things for sentiment with no particular goal in the future.
I did not embrace the undead life for the goal of sentiment. I embraced the undead life so that I would be impenetrable to my enemies on the battlefield, and it has served me well for millennia.
And in return, you have a place full of antiquities that adorn your walls. How does it feel?
Feeling is not a luxury that I have.
So, emptiness.
One might say.
Can he insight check?
Sure. What are you trying to insight check?
I'm trying to sense if this response about emptiness may actually have anything other than emptiness, if it is true that she's truly empty, or if there is indeed feeling there, either longing or anything that might hint that it's not truly empty.
Give me a roll.
Guidance. 23.
This woman has commanded armies. She has felled many a foe. She is stoic and a force. Much like a weapon of war, she has a purpose and she fulfills that purpose. And you, ever the philosophical individual, you know what it would be like to be an artisan's tool left on a shelf. And I will also give you this other little bit, as if you needed any more assurance. Knowing Bahro, this is less of an insight thing and more of a perception thing. Knowing Bahro, even, and this actually might be contradicting, or no, I think we're good here. The individuals that are around you, there are 3 of them, but you hear 2 heartbeats.
I would assume that the one that doesn't have a heartbeat is her. How are would I be able to, are these heartbeats at ease?
I'll let you ride that insight check for this. They're pretty much like they have an air about them that they, along with the High General, have a handle on the situation. They're not worried.
Cool. So after sensing that and the answer about not feeling, he just has a moment of, do you still long for purpose?
Sentience longs for purpose.
What do you long for then?
I am sentient.
That still doesn't answer my question.
Then you're not as clever as you claim to be.
Or perhaps you don't understand the question as well as I'm asking it.
Do I long for purpose? Yes, in some ways. However, the purpose that I had I've done enough killing. I'd rather not do any more. And she leans forward closer to you. Don't give me a reason.
I have no desire to give you a reason to return to your old habits. But perhaps I may offer you a reason to try something new.
In my life, I have tried most things. I'm wondering what you think you can offer me.
Have you ever tried selflessness?
Selflessness. One might say the process that I went through for this nature was selfless. I did this so my soldiers wouldn't have to, so that my soldiers could continue living. I became better, so they can continue. What was it that you asked me? Belonging? They could continue wanting everything else that they need. They are full because I am empty.
Daniel.
Then I suppose we understand each other in a deeper way that we have actually discussed. You see, I care for those who I travel with, and I want to make sure that they make it home safe. And it appears that you have done the same for your people. And so now, I suppose I would like to ask you if you would have the willingness to help me make sure that they do. As for what I have to offer, well, I'm just a blind man with perhaps a quite sharp tongue.
Not as sharp as you think.
Or maybe not as sharp as you've heard.
I will tell you what I've
Smash.
told Mr. Noctis. I require an item that is in the possession of the goose.
And you haven't retrieved this item yourself. Why?
Things are complicated.
After all you have lived and unlived, things remain complicated. I would like to understand that more.
You would have to live and unlive to understand.
I suppose you could also send all your soldiers who probably are still longing to serve you and follow your orders.
Ah, yes, but Then what will the people think?
That you commanded your officers and you gave them a purpose.
Well, I don't have officers anymore. I am retired.
And yet, and he just sort of gestures to the other two that are sitting there. I'm quite sure these two would happily attempt to end my life right now, should you desire it.
While you are not wrong, I'm not their commanding officer. I am their employer.
Oh, so money speaks.
Unfortunately,
And in your position, you don't have enough money to send them to retrieve this item for you?
again, it is not that simple.
I would love to try to understand it then.
I have sent on 2 separate occasions, and I'm not sure why, but these individuals have not reported back.
I see.
I would like to think that it's not due to being incapable, but perhaps you, being from somewhere else, will have a different perspective on things.
Well, what does this item signify to you?
Have you met the goose?
Unfortunately, I have, yes.
Then I don't need to tell you why he shouldn't have it.
You still haven't told me why you should.
Because I'm not the goose.
That's not enough. You cannot just wish something because somebody else is not of your liking. You should explain the reason as to why it's something that belongs upon your wall of memories.
Oh, that should not go on the wall. That should go in a much safer place,
A vault, then.
one might say.
And why is your vault a more worthy place?
Because I would not sell it to the highest bidder.
That's a good point.
So you would just keep it there, just hidden, unused?
Better.
Sorry, what did you cut out?
Why should I?
Can I insight check that?
Sure.
Guys, dirty 20.
She seems earnest. Why should she use something like whatever this is?
And if you were not to be using it, would it be serving some other purpose?
Perhaps it should not serve purpose.
I'm starting to like this person.
You didn't already?
Have you ever thought of yourself
Huh.
as someone who should not be serving a purpose as well?
Yes.
Damn.
When I have purpose, dozens die.
Fuck.
Bahro inadvertently, just thoughtfully, he reaches a hand and caresses the scar on his eye. You know, it is hard sometimes to understand why things happen But I suppose, if you are earnest about your speech, that I admire your decision for you to think that your stillness will protect the lives of others. Nevertheless, if you are as great a commander as you mentioned, there might be other things, other ways to provide yourself a purpose where instead of death, you can protect life, the one that you no longer have, but others can still enjoy.
Please, I'm begging you, enlighten me.
I'm afraid I cannot give you the answer to that. You see, as much wisdom as I would like to claim, I do not have all the answers, and the wind speaks when the wind speaks. Nevertheless, I do not want to keep much of your time, as I'm sure that you are someone with a busy schedule. So if you wish me to leave, I will do so.
Will you be obtaining the sword?
Would you like to try to enlighten me with that answer?
Do you believe you can obtain this sword from Guzman?
Would you say that I can trust you?
No.
Then I cannot give you an answer.
Matt speaking to Victor.
Mm-hmm.
Does Bahro believe he can get the sword?
I think he believes they can. I do not think that he's certain. I believe that he and the party could try, and he believes that potentially they could. But I do not think that he believes it as a certainty.
I need this sword to be away from a person like the goose. And I need it done in a way that is discreet.
Is that fear that I hear?
I have not known fear for thousands of years. There is a mission, and right now, that mission is to get this sword.
From what I understand, the mission is to get away from someone. Which then brings me to the question, what is that would happen for this person to be close to you?
I don't know what you are referring to.
You spoke of wanting this sword to be away from someone like Goose.
I would like the sword to be away from him. If he dares come close to me, that is his funeral.
Well, you've given me a lot to think about.
What is your name?
Bahro. And yours?
High General Aristina Shadewatcher.
It is an honor to make your acquaintance, High General. I surely have enjoyed this conversation much.
I will enjoy it if you are successful.
I suppose I will enjoy it as well. Otherwise, if I fail, chances are I will not be alive.
You are wise.
I try.
You may leave. And she relaxes back in her seat as the door opens.
Bahro makes a gesture with his hand, and he just, may the winds lead you to a fruitful outcome. May your path will always be guided by it. And he bows and moves to exit.
So while that was happening,
Oh, that was a lot. Delicious.
Holy shit. Like that monologue, like the sauciness from Bahro is I fear that I know whoever crosses Bahro's path and he decides to like completely let loose of all like the comeback bars, like it is they're gonna rue the day.
disrap
Like,
of the century.
Yep.
they will rue
So-
the day.
Riley, during this time, you are definitely able to shimmy your way back down to the bottom of the ramp. Takes some time, but you do eventually make it there. Are you returning to the party in the alley from whence they came?
That's an excellent question.
It is. That's why I asked.
I think what she would do is go to the alley across the street from the alley that the rest of the party is hiding at and just be around the corner.
Okay. Clucky. Eventually, what you see is Bahro. Well, okay, I'm not going to even put that out into the ether. The next thing that you see is Bahro emerge from the carriage.
What did you hide from me?
I was going to bring up that you would have watched Bahro go into the carriage, but depending on how Clucky would have reacted, we would have been retconning an entire epic conversation. So instead, Bahro has exited the carriage.
It's accurate. It's definitely accurate. You just see Clucky's head peer into the window.
What you doing in there? Boy.
Except they wouldn't, because he's invisible.
I mean, good point.
Hi, how's it going in there? Hello, can you see me?
So what is Clucky going to do now that Bahro is out of the carriage and I'm assuming heading back down the ramp?
Well, being that Bahro destroyed his earpiece and Clucky's last instructions was to stay there, I think he's just going to remain in place at that point.
Oh boy.
Bahro is basically going to wait till he is below like the level where the carriage is, where he's like already like halfway. And because he knows that Clucky's right now invisible, he's just going to raise his hand as usual and just kind of gesture him to see if he's around. Like he doesn't know if he's around, but he's just gonna do that, hoping that actually Clucky was still around as he instructed.
Yeah, he would have kept eyes on you, and as soon as you waved at him, come to the realization that you don't have the thing anymore, or something to that nature, and he just flies down next to you. So, are we stealing shit or what?
We have lots to discuss, Clucky. But for now, we should get the party together. Perhaps find our way back to Saul's place.
I could use a nap. I'm feeling a little exhausted. All
I
this flying
suppose
around.
Some rest would do us good.
Oh, we can fly on the magic carpet! We can fly on the carpet! We can fly on the carpet!
What carpet?
We stole it. The Baroque one stole a carpet, and I saw her, and the poor idiot flying on it. When you called to me earlier and said, "Hey, wake the fuck up!" You gotta see this thing. It's so cool.
Is Xanthi seeing any? Like, are they back with the party right now, or?
Clucky's
taking
still
like a-
invisible.
Yeah.
They're making their way. So if you were to see, you could probably hear Bahro
Downtown.
talking to an invisible Clucky, like
Okay,
on their way.
so does invisibility when they're talking, can like you hear them?
It doesn't make you silent.
Yes,
Yeah, you can hear
yeah.
it. But
Okay, so
it all depends on how far away we were, though. When
So
this
can she
conversation's
hear
going on.
just like magic carpet? Yeah, like she could can she hear the excitement coming from Clucky talking about this magic carpet?
He wasn't being quiet about it at all. Yeah,
Okay.
you get the sense that if you don't have that carpet ready by the time he gets there, he's going to take it from you.
Xanthi, upon like turning and hearing like something about like a familiar voice mentioning a magic carpet, she's gonna see Bahro, and like knowing that Clucky is invisible and seeing Bahro kind of talking to an invisible force, she is immediately gonna just look at the empty space that Bahro is like turned towards, and she is going to point at it, and then she's just gonna go like.
Bahro is probably gonna, as they're approaching the alleyway, if Bahro senses the presences of the party, but doesn't sense Riley's, he just will probably pause on the street before entering the alleyway and just have a moment where he's sort of just trying to sense around to see if he can perceive Riley anywhere.
If you used tremor sense, they're not hiding anymore. She's just sitting back against a wall around the other corner.
Oh.
Bahro pauses, like stops on the street, senses them with his sense, and then moves to them. As he walks and stands next to them, he just has very briefly, he's just like approaches, gets close to them and says, "Let's join the rest of the party." And then he goes to the rest of the party.
Xanthi, I think, would still be in the alleyway, like just out of sight, and to prevent Clucky from like demanding magic carpet rides, she's just going to take out the carpet and she's just going to roll it out. And
Clucky's already sitting on it. As soon as you set it down on the ground, he sits on it, like, immediately.
And
Doesn't know how to work it, he just sits on it.
Xanthi, she'll kind of just take him out. She'll see Clucky. She'll see Bara. Well, she won't see Clucky, but she'll see the indent of Clucky in the carpet. She sees Barrow. She sees Soul. And she's just going to go, Riley, do you want to ride on a magic carpet?
Riley's not there right now.
She's not?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I thought she was like near the alleyway to where she could
So
hear
the
it.
alleyway that you guys are hiding in, she's across the street and behind the corner of the building.
All right.
But only
so-
Barrow knows this.
Okay. She'd probably turn to Barrow and just kind of give a bit of a concerned face and be like, have you found the child?
I have.
Are they pouting still?
Right now, we are waiting. And you literally see Barrow turn to face the direction of the alley where Riley is, and he literally goes on his knees in a like the way that he meditates, like sits on his knees and just sits there on the street.
Xanthi is just gonna sit on the carpet next to Clucky. Again, Mage Hand's gonna attach to the back of him to try and keep track of him. And she is just gonna sit there and she's gonna wait. And she is gonna take a moment and she's gonna be like, Clucky, we'll be able to fly on this thing in a minute, but we gotta wait for the kid, all right? And
You
I
can't
guess
say what I'm doing, can you?
covering. What?
You can't see what I'm doing, can you?
No, I can't, Clucky, but I can tell that you're trying to be irritating.
This is going to be an adjustment, I suppose.
Clucky, you do realize that invisibility doesn't last forever. It's gonna go out here in a little bit.
DM, are the brooms still circling in the sky right now?
So they were never circling, but
I mean,
definitely
like they're
still
traveling.
present.
Okay.
What the fuck do you mean this isn't permanent? I thought this was...
It's not permanent, Clucky. Magic has time limitations. Invisibility only lasts forever. She's gonna kind of like reach out and like try to like kind of feel where Clucky's at, and then like slowly like maybe she'd like land on like a sword first, and then she's just gonna kind of like pat the way up to his head and just kind of like pat his head and just be like, it'll be okay. Maybe if you ask nicely, Soul will make you invisible again.
I guess. Can we go now? I want to fly.
We're waiting for the child. Do you not?
Oi!
We're not leaving
Where
the
you at?
halfling behind.
I want to fly.
Saul is Barrow is gonna turn to Saul. Saul, would it be okay for us to return to your place?
now.
Well, of course, we have to plan. I'm assuming that is what you disappeared for.
Indeed. If you wish, you, Clucky, Xanthi, you can go ahead.
See,
And I will
we can
catch
go.
up with you.
As this is
Wait.
happening, I would like to know, can we have a step really quick inside of Riley's headspace right now? What's going on for our adorable little child?
It's interesting because I think I mentioned this when we were saying our goodbyes to Caliban, where Petrichor and Riley can feel each other's emotions to some capacity. And so as Riley was climbing down the spiral ramp, Petrichor was trying to communicate with Riley, whether to help get her to not be as upset or explain situations or just try to be logical. Riley shut Petrichor out. And then not wanting to have to face the party again after doing exactly what they got told not to do. I know this got mentioned via a question Matt asked me randomly on Discord. But Riley feels insecure about her place with this group of individuals when compared to Petrichor. Because as Riley has watched how everyone treats Petrichor and how everyone treats Riley, Petrichor doesn't get yelled at very often. And when they do, it's not out of anger or frustration. And a lot of the times when Riley gets yelled at, it's out of anger or frustration. And she feels like she doesn't get to do as many of her ideas and what she thinks could be good as Petrichor does. And is very frustrated over that fact, feeling like they're not able to contribute her ideas as much as she really, really would like to, but doesn't know how to communicate with that without getting yelled at.
As this is happening, Riley hears a voice. Are you lost, little one?
Riley immediately looks up and around, startled.
There's a taller, thin individual dressed in very fine clothes, very pale skin and white hair pulled back in a very nicely kept hairdo. And they're looking down at you very quizzically.
I'm not lost.
Am I sensing this?
How close are you?
I'm like
Across-
literally on the street.
Yeah, across the street, but on it.
Facing like I'm sitting facing the direction where I know Riley is. Just literally waiting for them.
Give me a perception check.
Does this figure look familiar at all?
Not at all. You've never seen this person before in your life.
Cool.
13.
With that, I would say this is beyond your perception.
You're gonna piss me off, aren't you, man?
If you're not lost, then why are you hiding in the shadows?
Doing it on purpose.
Somebody upset you? Well, it's definitely a struggle when people that you trust do things that make you upset, like you are right now.
Trust is a strong word.
You don't trust these people. Or, sorry, they would have said, you don't trust this person. They don't know that you're talking about a group.
It's not that I don't, but it's complicated. I don't, but I can't help but also trust because of circumstances. It's a whole thing. I haven't known them for very long.
Do you have parents?
Not anymore.
Any kind of family?
I used to, but not anymore.
Is this... Are you in a situation that you feel people are taking advantage of you?
I don't think so. If anything, they're not paying attention to what I do have to offer.
What do you have to offer?
A unique perspective, other ideas that they can't think of because they weren't raised in the same place I was, didn't go through what I went through. But because I'm just a kid,
Not everybody understands exactly how much growing a person can do so early on in life, right?
yeah. I mean, it's not like they lived through an apocalypse.
We did. We did. Twice.
Riley doesn't know that.
Shh.
They sort of take that as more of a metaphorical apocalypse, not knowing. You know, I used to hide myself in alleyways, much like you're doing right now. But I guess the situation isn't exactly the same because I was the product of bad people.
Is there a point to this conversation?
Well, hopefully it would be getting you to a point where you're in a better mood rather than sulking in an alley. Take it from somebody who has spent far too long sulking. It's not going to get you anywhere.
What would you suggest then?
I'm sure that that's something that you would probably come up with a true answer yourself, but perhaps if I may say, if diplomacy fails, action would be the next best thing.
What can I do that's
Oh.
gonna change people's minds? Nobody listens to me. I'm just a kid, which is why nobody listens to me.
Well, if you'd like to know what I suggest, Riley, can you make a wisdom saving throw?
Oh shit. Okay.
Can I make another perception check? Mother. I knew he was going to piss me off. I just knew it. I knew it.
Fucking shitting me.
God damn it.
We are about to hunt somebody down and Clucky, do you want a new hat?
I'm rolling the ones that have been rolling nat 20s, so hopefully.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Natural 1.
That's what happens when you call it out.
A 2. That's a 2.
Eventually it runs out.
Yep.
I was
And
gonna
it
say
mostly
natural
runs
1.
out just
No,
when
it
you
wasn't
need
an
it
at
most.
1, but that is a 2.
God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it.
I'm going to send you a message,
Oh shit.
but
Uh-huh.
after that message, Riley would return to the group.
Okay. I actually rolled for how long it would last before she would return. So.
What?
What the fuck does that mean?
Oh.
What the fuck does
worry
that
about
mean?
it.
What
Don't worry
the
about
fuck is going on?
Don't worry about it.
While the typing is going on, and Bahro had said to the group to leave, Soul, I mean, whether the rest of the party had left, Soul would have stayed behind for a good 5 minutes and waited. Looking at him, he has his hands crossed behind his back and looks like he's in meditation or prayer. And after 5 minutes has passed, he'll lift his cloak and 3 ink black ravens would come out from his cloak.
Smash.
They'd swirl around his head a little bit, and if you look closely, they'll see that their eyes are actually kind of glowing purple. And he'll say, Sundavar, and he'll send them off, and they would go and find Riley.
Clucky's just fervently shaking the shit out of the carpet to get it to fly.
Xanthi is literally just being like, Clucky, just stop.
He said we can go.
We already flown away, haven't we?
Oh, if you took flight, yeah, then Clucky's not shaking it. This is the intent. This is if we were still sitting in place, Clucky is shaking the shit out of it, trying to get to fly. But if we've flown off, then yeah, Clucky's just sitting there enjoying the ride, just having a great time.
It'd be fucking wrecked at this point.
Like if Clucky could smile, his beak would be fucking ear to ear. But he's just sitting there.
So the party's currently flown off, correct?
Just the two of us, because Soul stayed by.
Yeah. So Xanthi, one, I can't see Clucky doing his weird face thing.
Oh, because I'm casting this spell, the invisibility is dropped.
So
You bitch.
Xanthi, upon seeing Clucky reappear next to her and just seeing Clucky she's just gonna kind of turn, just almost looking a little confused and being like, Clucky, you fly on your own all the time. Why is this such a big deal? Is it the fact that it's a carpet?
I don't fucking know. I just want him to fly.
Clucky,
And I don't have to do it. It's just happening.
Yes, Clucky, it's the magic in the carpet.
This is fucking awesome.
Will you please keep your voice down? Jesus Christ, you're giving me a headache. I want a fucking drink.
Oh no.
We should go find those.
No.
We should go find those. The point is that tried that
Soul
I brought
should've-
back to you.
Yeah, Soul should have gone with them so Soul could keep them on the fucking lanes of the
Yeah.
air.
Soul's able to catch up. It's fine.
Xanthi is gonna look at Clucky just like this as soon as he mentions the cops that he brought back, and Xanthi's just gonna look at him and just be like, Clucky,
Let's show them that we got a cop like they wanted.
Clucky,
I
Clucky,
will say
Clucky.
we
please
did all
keep on your
get told where the lanes are.
She's gonna be following the flow of traffic, like in the best way possible.
And then at those intersections where they come to a stop, you'll see like Clucky get visibly fucking frustrated, like just fly around him. What is this bullshit?
And Xanthi again is just going to just be ignoring him the whole entire time, just sitting here, gripping onto the carpet, just being like you see, like Clucky probably doesn't notice because he's too busy enjoying it, but for the audience, Xanthi's eye is visibly twitching with
Clucky's
annoyance.
just having a fucking blast, unless they're not flying.
Like she has this loud chicken just like going off in her ear. And before that, this loud chicken that was demanding this carpet to fly. And now that it is, he just seemed to have gotten louder. And so she is just it's like the kid singing the wheels on the bus in the car for like the 17th time, and Xanthi is just sitting there holding the steering wheel, just like
This is a 4-year-old finally getting to experience flying without having to exert himself. He is stoked.
God, I need a picture of this now. Hang this on my wall.
Somebody in the chat, draw this exact scene.
Please.
on a magic poultry ride.
Pissed off Doc, Sorcerer's Mommy, and a giant freaking chicken on
a magic carpet.
As one of the ravens, and towards the end of Riley and this mysterious stranger's conversation, one of the ravens will try to find Riley and perch on her shoulder and like kind of scooching closer to her neck and like nuzzle her cheek. And
Immediately it's like batting it away, like, what the fuck?
That's provided that Matt allows any of this. Because clearly plans are in motion and there's nothing we can fucking do about it.
He just said that Riley,
at the end of the
Riley goes back.
yeah,
Riley was going back to the puppy.
yes. So towards the end of this conversation, the bird is like kind of pecking at her a little bit, but like not in a invasive way, just like kind of like, hey, and then kind of pulling on the shirt collar or whatever, kind of tugging her towards the street.
Laura is still sitting.
She just kind of swats it away, finishes the conversation, just looks up at this individual, eyes squinted but nods, will stand up and head out towards the road.
Fucking secrets over here.
You'll find out.
Love all these secrets that are getting tossed around so willy-nilly.
Before she fully rounds the corner, she'll pull up the bear hood as far over her face as she can. Hands kind of not in pockets because she doesn't have pockets, which kind of tries to put in pockets, realize she doesn't have any, gets a little frustrated, and just like tucks her thumbs in like a belt or a crease or something and walks out towards the road.
The raven just kind of around Riley's head.
I don't like any of this.
Laura is still on the ground, just sitting, similar to how he meditates sometimes.
I will say, after a certain point, is there a particular? Are we flying back to Soul's place?
Yes.
Okay. Just
the two of us.
When we get there.
Once Riley has gotten to the street and Souls can see Riley, he is going to immediately disappear in that same way that looks like he's being unmade and remade as he basically apparates and starts a mad dash towards his place.
Okay. So, are we all returning to... It's been too long since I've had to say it. Ultra Life?
Alter life.
Ultra Life, yeah.
Why does it sound
Sorry.
like a nutrition store?
It's her
Why
boss.
does
No, Bahro is still sitting there.
I think Riley will walk up to him and won't say anything, but will just stand in front of him.
Bahro doesn't say anything.
What are you doing?
Waiting
For what?
for you to return to us.
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
Are you?
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
And yet you have such certainty.
Do you want something from me, Bahro? Is that what this is?
What do you want from us, Riley?
I don't know.
Do you think it would be not proper for me to suggest that until you do know, you try to understand the decisions that we try to make as a group?
I guess.
Guessing is not an answer. It's just a question mark with a disguise.
It's kind of hard when it feels like you guys don't listen to me.
Would you say you listen to us?
I try to. I
Tell
listen
me,
a lot more than you think I do.
Riley, I already am very aware of your abilities. I do not doubt you or what you can do. The things that I try to decide are not because I do not think you capable, because I fear that you know how much you're capable. And sometimes confidence can be the most dangerous weapon.
You say that, but I don't feel confident in anything.
And yet you had the certainty that you could do what you wanted to do without being detected. And granted, you accomplished it, which I do not doubt and didn't doubt you could do. But the question is, what will happen when you fail?
I don't know. But it doesn't scare me.
Well, then perhaps you are braver than me.
It's not bravery.
Do you long for it? For things to end?
Sometimes.
Do you wish to continue to long for it?
They're quiet and she doesn't say anything. But you sense a shift in her demeanor. She is and still, has been and still is upset. But it turns to sadness.
Bahro senses the shift, and he he stands up. He leans on his staff. I understand that the life that you are living right now is far from something you would have chosen for yourself. In more ways than even I can fully understand.
I didn't get to choose a lot of things, Bahro.
I know. There are many things we do not choose. But right now, in this moment, none of the things that have occurred that are in the past have the power to dictate how you choose the next step unless you let them. And so, I would like to know, what do you wish to choose from this point onward?
I can't have what I want to choose, Bahro.
Then perhaps we haven't grieved that which we cannot choose as much as we should. And Bahro is going to open his arms and just wait there, just sort of offering himself in case Riley wants to approach.
It's kind of hard to grieve when you haven't had the chance to.
Then grieve now.
Now doesn't exactly seem like the time.
There will never be a right time to grieve, Riley. There never is. And in a way, there will always be some grief. But the perfect moment will never arrive.
She seems like she's trying to say something and is struggling to find the words, but has started shaking.
Bahro is going to close the distance, and if allowed, he's just going to wrap his arm with his hands sort of like reaching for the back of their head as he just pulls them in.
She starts resisting, but any fight in her disappears very quickly. And she doesn't embrace you, but she does tuck her head in.
He just holds her there in silence.
You both share this moment, held in silence. And it lasts for a little bit, people walking around you, going from place to place, going about their day. Until Riley, you get the feeling that you both should be heading back to Souls.
What is this?
In that moment of trying to let herself feel, there's that feeling, and she shuts down very quickly and pulls away and starts heading back to the direction that Soul's place is without saying anything.
Bahro watches them, rather senses them leave, and he stays still for a moment before he follows.
The ravens that had been perched on the rooftops watching this whole conversation unfold disappeared in a puff of feathers.
Riley, you got a lot to think about on this walk. It's not the longest walk in the world, but it's enough. You think about everything that's happened and everything that Bahro said. And as you're thinking, you hear lies. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
You motherfucker!
What? Are you? Oh!
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Oh my god!
This is To Be Diced Adventures. I'm happy to bring you all that reaction every week.
Oh,
Wednesdays,
God.
next week when we have our cross stream with Valiant Adventures for the Holiday Rogues one shot. So tune in next week for that. Tune in Sunday for Frontiers of Eberron. Tomorrow we're playing Tales of Arden. Tuesday we're going to be playing Edge of the Empire. We got a busy schedule coming up. And
Hell yes.
nothing to think about until then, right, guys?
What?
I have to wait
Not at
another
all.
2 weeks for this shit?
Right.
kidding me?
Two whole
I-
weeks.
See you
I
next
demand
time.
a 8-hour session for us to have to wait 2 weeks.